Roll call. Here.
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 Here. Thank you, Ms. Mazzani. We do have a quorum, everybody's present. 1.3, the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
One point four, testimony oath of presenters. Please be advised that you are here to present today that you are under oath before the Commissioner's Court. 1.5, public comments. Before we start the public comments, I do want to take a quick minute, if we can, with all due respect to the family, a moment of silence for our past Commissioner of Precinct 1, former Commissioner. He served 3 terms, Mr. Don Urban, who recently passed away. So at this time, I would respectfully request that the Commissioner's Court and everybody present here today take a moment of silence to the passing of Mr. Don Urban. Thank you. We have one public comment from Mrs. Caroline Mendoza in regards to .27, the resignation, accepted resignation of Mr. Carmona. Mrs. Mendoza, you can please come forward. You have 3 minutes at the podium.
Okay, I just wanted to say something. Good morning, everyone. It's truly an honor to stand here and recognize someone who has made such a lasting impact in our county and on the people who call this community home. And I want to say something from the heart. I am not here to bring hate, division, or to make enemies. I am here simply to speak honesty and to express my gratitude and respect. We should be able to share appreciation and recognize good leadership without it turning into something negative. Today is about acknowledging service, character, and commitment to this community. When we talk about great leaders, we often think about titles, accomplishments, and years of service. But what really defines a great county official and chief isn't just the position, it's the heart behind the work. And that is exactly what we see in Mr. Alonso Carmona. Time and time again, he has put the needs of this community before his own. He has sacrificed personal time, long hours, and countless moments with his family, all to ensure the people here serves feel heard, protected, and valued. That kind of dedication doesn't come from obligation, it comes from genuine care. What always stood out to me personally is the respect he shows to everyone he meets. No matter who you are, where you come from, or what you need, he treats people with dignity, he listens, he shows compassion, he communicates in ways that makes you feel like you matter, because to him, you truly do. In a world where leadership can sometimes feel distant, Mr. Alonso Carmona has remained approachable and grounded. He understands that serving the community isn't just about policies and procedures, it's about people. It's about showing up during hard times, celebrating during good times, and standing steadily through it all. His leadership has not only strengthened our county, but has also set an example of others to follow, an example of integrity and service above himself. On behalf of everyone whose lives you touched, including mine, thank you. Thank you for your time, your sacrifice, your compassion, and your unwavering commitment to this community. We are better, safer, and stronger because of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza.
Yep.
We have another public comment by Commissioner Julissa Talamontes.
Judge, I've recently experienced some social media attacks regarding the issues that our court is facing today. While I do not welcome personal attacks, I do recognize the public's interest in what's happening in our current administration, and I honor that we're getting the attention that we are at this point. I want to make it clear, my job as a county commissioner is not to put items on the agenda that I feel that I have the vote for. My job as a commissioner is to come up here and be the voice and advocate for those who feel that their cries are silenced. I'm gonna do what I have to do 1,000 times over. I've said it a million times, this is not about his character, his intent, or anything. I know that on social media, we had that the firefighters are gonna walk out. As a commissioner, as a county commissioner, Mr. Carmona still has an oath to this office and still has to complete that oath to this office. He is still the department head of that department. So initially, if the firefighters walk out, they're walking out on him, essentially, because his value and his input is still gonna be there in the fire station. What people are not seeming to understand is that you can't have your cake and eat it too. You have to pick one role because you're simply wearing too many hats. But with that being said, I do welcome, and I take great pride that y'all guys are taking notice to what's actually happening inside Commissioner's Court in an accurate time, and we're not seeing a delay in a response afterwards. I've said it and I've said it to him to his face. I've had countless conversations with him in his office, whether we want to admit it or we don't. I've had face-to-face conversations with him where I personally thank him again for his service and what he's provided to Dimmit County. At the end of the day, holding too many offices at once, especially when you're a direct chain of command from that position, is not in the best interest for Dimmit County. But I want for the people to know that his value and what he has to offer Dimmit County doesn't have to go away, because he is still the department head to that department, and he still gets to oversee the policies and make sure that the firefighters are operating to his standards and his needs. With that, that's all I need to say, Judge.
Any other public comments?
Judge.
You have a public comment?
Yes.
Public comment by Commissioner Noguera.
Last week I got a call, constituents on the shooting range.
Oh, thank you, yes.
And I was able to speak to Ms. Beacon Kim, who's in charge. And we are temporarily closing the shooting range for now. It's been closed as of last week.
And I'm glad you brought that up. To piggyback off of you, Commissioner Noguera, I also received some concerning phone calls regarding issues at the shooting range. Commissioner Noguera quickly addressed that. I addressed it to the constituents that called my office, and it was decided that it would be the best thing to do is to close it down. She specifically spoke to the people that are running it, but we did touch base, and it's being closed effectively that day for purposes of the safety of the individuals that use that, the individuals that are surrounded in the community in that area. We would hate to, God forbid, something happens. So unfortunately, we have to look at the greater scheme of things. I know that Mrs. King and Commissioner Noguera are working on trying to find a better solution to get that issue resolved. So we are working on that to get the shooting range correct. Yes, sir.
On the shooting range, remember I brought you some shells or some bullets? They were on the airport. Yeah, that was a concern also, because we found them in the airport probably. Or I was afraid that an airplane might get shot or something go wrong.
Any other public comment?
I'd like to say one more.
Yes, sir.
Other than having two hats at one time, and this stuff we're discussing, I'm just gonna bring it up to you. Every commissioner court here has several departments under him, under her or him, and I don't see no conflict on having 3 or 4 departments under you, which also could raise a concern because as myself, I have the fire department, I have the courthouse grounds, and I take care of the DPS offices. So it doesn't really affect you to that matter on what your duties are. If we really want to look at how many departments everybody has, everybody wears several caps around here. So with that in mind, I just wanted to make it clear that it's not only me that has several departments under them, and I have one of the most important ones, which they're all important, but, I just want to let them know that I was here to serve, and I'm still here to serve as, once the resignation is accepted, you're no longer part of that team. My job as the fire chief will end, and I have no authority of overseeing what the fire department is doing. I can't tell them how to do their job, and that's one thing that I want to make a point. Yes, I can handle their budget, but I can also relinquish it because it wouldn't be fair for me to do a budget and then get them less what they want because of who I am or what. I wouldn't do that, but the fire department is a priority, it's an emergency. And as I always say, sometimes we're the red-headed children of the county. And my job, if it is accepted, I will no longer be in charge of the fire department.
Thank you, sir. One point six, approval of regular meetings, January 20th, 2026.
Judge, on this one, I had some concerns on the clarification, but I guess today's court would kind of fix that. On the line item that we spoke about, to table the motion for the Diamond H Road, it was to stop the payment, not table. So it was rescind the original motion.
What item are you talking about, Commissioner?
One second. Mr. Daniel, do you remember the line item?
I think it might have been 6.5, but I reviewed my notes and it was tabled. I called Ms. Hernandez. She said your notes said the same, and I reviewed the video and it's the same.
So our method report in 6.2 was a table for the Diamond H project for the fence line. But we had previously approved it.
I don't have 6.5 on my
I'm sorry.
minutes.
Let me find the minutes. My notes, your notes, and the video.
Oh, no, I believe you. I'm just telling you, I don't have my minutes don't have what you and Commissioner Talamantes are talking about.
And I know because when I called you too, I said that I wasn't too sure. I know what I meant, but I wasn't too sure what I said. And I know that we were waiting for the video to post to see what it was. I'm fine with it. I'd just like to be noted that my motion was to rescind and stop the payment because the motion had been approved to Commissioners Courts prior to that one. But I respect that that's what we said and that's what the note was. I'm just saying I want it for the record what I intended.
So what payment are we stopping?
That one was for the fence line for the little side of the road. So that
That
one
one was already tabled on the previous commissioner's court, so there was never no
There
payment.
is no
Because there is
payment.
no payment because they have not started working on it.
So, because then whenever I asked you to approve it the first time, we were ready
Then
to
we
tell me.
came back to commissioner's court
And then we
and
tabled
just
it.
tabled it. It was
Okay.
tabled, so that's why I'm asking what is it being tabled?
Yeah, the little fence line for that.
So-
road.
So just to
I wasn't too sure, that's why I was asking for
just
clarification.
to clarify, 6.3 was to table the change order number 5 to replace the fence over at Diamond H Road. Prior to that, we had not
Take it
approved,
off,
we
okay,
had not approved to pay, so there is no payment to
okay.
be made. So, again, because it got tabled, there's still not gonna be any payment. Any other discussion on the minutes of regular meeting 2026?
No, ma'am.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Talamantes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. We have item 2.1 to inform the court agenda, item 3.25 on court 1/2026, the removal of phone records was completed, precinct 3.
Judge, and if you look at this packet that I put on y'all's table, it also shows a confirmation email to show that it was completed.
2.2, to inform the court of one temporary full-time position, precinct 3 and 6.
Judge, also as well, just to inform the court of a full-time temp position being placed.
3.1, approval of bonds.
No one.
We have no bonds, no action. 3.2, discussion appropriate action, monthly report from Constable Precinct 1, Mr. Rudy Lopez for the month of January 2026. Mr. Lopez did advise me that he was not going to be here today. He will report next Commissioners Court meeting.
Motion to table.
I have a motion to table by Commissioner Noguera,
Second.
second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.3, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from Constable Precinct 2, Mr. Andres Arambula for the month of January 2026.
Approach the bench.
Yes, you may, thank you. Thank you.
Sir.
Motion to approve.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Then,
Are there any questions? If there are no questions, I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Talamantes,
second.
second by Commissioner Noguera. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you, Constable.
Thank you.
3.4, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from Constable Precinct 3, Mr. Robert Valderas Juventino Torres for the month of January 2026. You may.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Constable, do we have a report for you?
Yes, ma'am, I turned it in.
I'm not seeing.
I'm not seeing it either.
I sent it a week ago. You know. I did send it. Sorry about that, I apologize.
I'm seeing it right here. Yes. It's the first one. Do you have it?
Can I see
Motion
it?
to approve? Yeah.
No, this is Constable Rudy's.
Oh, no, then I don't have it. I only have two constables. Which one do you have? You have it on yours?
It was sent out on the 26th.
How's everything running for y'all guys over there though?
Good, the cold weather went fine.
That's good. I thank you for your support and providing the soups. Greatly appreciated. You have a lot of people grateful in our community.
Questions of Constable Valderas? No questions?
Motion to approve,
I have a-
subject to, we can get a copy.
Yes.
If you can just resend it maybe, because she
Yes.
says she didn't get it, but.
Yes. Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona and a second by Commissioner Talamantes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you, Constable.
Thank you.
3.5, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from Constable Precinct 4, Mr. Manuel Rosas and Connie Estrada for the month of January 2026.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Motion to approve.
Are there any questions? If there are no questions, I have a motion by Commissioner Talamantes, second by Commissioner Uranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition?
Mr. Rosas, I want to thank you guys for patrolling painting our basketball courts. I know basketball season started and we have kids playing basketball at the Asherton Rec Center and at the Carrizo Hill basketball courts. So thank you for patrolling those areas of the sheriff's office as well. Also, I noticed your citations. I applaud you guys. We can't put a code up, but I applaud you for all the citations. You guys are out there and I see you day and night, whether it's you or it's your deputy. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Constable.
Thank you.
3.6, discussion and appropriate action, approval of installation of desktop workspace in the county judge's office. Commissioners, I just got the print this morning from Mr. Pereira's office and my staff. As you all are aware, in my office, we have a kind of like a little corner spot. As you're aware, our secretarial area houses 3 ladies in there. They're in there kind of like sardines, if you will, in that area. The same individual that is doing the plans for the Petrie building, Mr. Pereira brought him over to my office to see if they can install additional desk space for the area that's along the wall to give the staff more area to be able to do their job, if you will. And that's why I put this item on the agenda. I will pass over the quote that Mr. Pereira got. Mr. Pereira has been working in conjunction with the Sawmill Co., which is a company that's, like I said, doing the Petrie.
They actually did the original.
Oh, they did the original, okay, so I guess they did the original countertop that's already at the county judge's office currently, and this would be the, I guess he has copies. This would be the proposal.
So you would just square it out instead of the oval format that it is?
Correct, right now it has like an oval space, so it would just cut off this part and then it just goes straight this way to allow for the staff to have this space here.
What's the cost of it?
I'm looking for the number, Mr. Commissioner.
There's also a second quote.
Here you go.
What we're gonna do, we're gonna put the workstations that can have electricity, so they actually be like less of the workstations. So we'll add 3
The 3 workstations, right?
workstations.
1, 2, 3, 3 workstations.
Do you have a second quote, or is there just only one?
There's 2. One for the electricity and one for.
Well, no, for the this, there's no electricity here,
There was a second.
Yes, it's right here.
but.
It's right here, they're together.
But if you're doing the work, where we get 2 quotes,
Well, but these are the original, that's why we did it.
what original one?
The people who actually did it. We're not getting anybody, so it's gonna be exactly the same. What we have right now, it's just straightening it out.
I have a question. So if we
But-
get, I have a question. So if we get the original people that did the jailhouse, we don't have to bring in quotes and they can do it too?
We
Finish up the dispatch and all that?
did that, Commissioner Rubalcaba, let me just remind you, the last Commissioner's Court we approved for the sheriff,
No, I know we did a.
and we didn't get no extra quotes.
So that's what I'm asking. I mean, we're not being consistent here. Either if it's good for one, it has to be good for all of us. One thing is after the other, so you're saying that we don't need the quotes because he was the original one that did it.
Well, it's I mean, by law, you don't have to get the second quote, and we're trying to get the same exact, exactly what we did before, so it won't look different, and that's why we're doing it with the same people, and so this is what the quote they gave us.
Yeah, because the last Commissioner's Court meeting, when we did the sheriff's office, the sheriff brought us your vendor, the last sheriff, he brought us your vendor, and it was to fix the sheriff's, and he didn't get multiple quotes, and I guess that's why Mr. Pereira did it for this one, I suppose.
Yeah, but we didn't want anything that's not original to the building, so it doesn't change anything.
And you're completely right, if we're gonna follow what we're doing, I mean, we did it for the sheriff's office, we're doing it for the judge's office, if you wanna get extra quotes, we'll get extra quotes, it don't matter to me. But if you wanna go by what you're saying, We did it for the sheriff, we're doing it for the judges, we've done it for other ones.
So
It
there's
doesn't
only
matter to
one,
me.
not
Whatever you
deviating
guys
from
want.
the agenda.
I would say that
You're
I
saying,
would-
hold on, not deviating from the agenda for the repair, but so the sheriff is only gonna submit one quote?
He did already, we approved it
So
last,
I
last
understand,
one.
but just so we can be all in the same page. So if anybody does any repairs with the same company, that's there, it's all right to do one quote. I just wanna get it straight.
Yes, sir.
Hold on.
But he's still asking his question.
So I just wanna get it straight where you say, if it's, say for example, the fire station, they decide to do another office. So if we get the people that did the fire station, then it's only one quote.
If it's less than 100,000, you would
Well,
have to
that's-
offer bid.
that's what I meant.
If it's less than 100,000.
Okay, I just wanna make sure that
Anything less than 100,000.
we're apples to apples.
Anything at less than 100,000, you actually do whatever you want.
Okay,
I think I went out for bids on mine, if I'm not mistaken.
Because it was gonna be over
and that's
100,000,
what they thought.
but not the second time.
Not the second time,
Not the
Sheriff,
second time.
not the one that we just approved. The one we approved last Commissioners Court meeting, you didn't go out for quotes because it was less than 100,000. You just submitted that one vendor and that's what we approved. For the whole thing, yes, but not the second one. The one we just approved to level up, remember?
Oh, for the, electrical and then moving.
Yes, exactly. We didn't get 3 quotes. That's what I'm trying to say.
For the electrical.
No, and to adjust the
Because
thing.
originally it was over 100,000, so that's why we went it.
Exactly.
Anything else.
When do we start?
I don't know, Commissioner Noguera. Mr. Pereira's been working with them, and Mr. Pereira will come and let me know when they're anticipating. So Mr. Pereira's really been the mediator between the
Once
person.
they start,
And the reason I-
where is your stuff to be more?
They're still gonna be there. We'll have to just scoot Delma back, because Delma was the one that's gonna get most affected, because she's right there where they're gonna cut it off. But Delma can be in my office. I mean, I have no problem with sharing an office.
And the reason I contacted us because they're the ones building the small county courthouse. So that's why I asked them about that position, about the countertop, and that's what they submitted.
Can I ask a question real quick? So the people that are gonna reconstruct the desk for her office is the same person that constructed the original format for her office?
Yes.
Well, then I second the motion because I would agree that the same thing, if you're gonna have somebody touch it after the fact, it should be the same vendor that previously installed it. So second.
Mr. P, did you ask him to go check on that tile we have?
Yeah, they're gonna,
If they're gonna need more or not, or,
if not, we'll get it.
because it's still there, so before it goes to waste.
Yes.
And just for pure transparency for everybody in the audience and for the Commissioners Court, the extending of this desk was a recommendation from the auditor's office. My staff has been working with the current office that we have, and I welcome everybody to go see my office and see how they operate. For the last 4 years that I've been in office, my office is gonna operate with that office or with this desk or that desk. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to them. They've made do with how it's been. This was a recommendation that was brought to my office by Mr. Pereira, and I told him that that was fine with me if that was something that this Commissioner's Court approved. And if they did not, then that was okay too. So I just want to make it full transparent and clear to everybody that we're not just trying to, build stuff just because we want to make it pretty or because we just want to spend money. It's a recommendation that was brought on by the auditor's office, and I said that that was fine. I obviously feel and believe that my office, my staff needs better workspace. Everybody in this Commissioner's Court that sits there now have seen how they operate, as I said, on a daily, and they're very much on top of each other, but they still make do. So whatever the decision of this court is, I will abide by it and respect it. But I just wanted to make that very clear to everybody. Any other discussion? I have a motion by Commissioner Talamantes.
Second.
It was Commissioner Noguera motion.
Oh,
and
I'm
I
sorry.
second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Noguera and a second by Commissioner Talamantes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.7, discussion and appropriate action assisting the county judge on designating an office space for the Veterans Affairs officers. As you are aware, Commissioners, we have approved for a Veteran Affairs officer. As you all are aware, I have had, and I know some of you have had, many veterans approach you guys in regards to the lack of involvement, the lack of building community awareness with our Veterans Affairs officer. And you guys were gracious enough to allow me an additional funding to get a part-time position in place for the Veterans Affairs officer that I think is desperately needed here in Dimmit County. If you are not aware, a lot of our veterans have to travel to Savannah County, to La Prairie, to try to get services because we are lacking it here in Dimmit County. However, in speaking to Department of Veterans Affairs at the federal level, in order for us to have a abiding and meeting the specifications of a Veteran Affairs officer at the local level, we have to have a place where they have their own office that they can close the door and meet with veterans to discuss whatever, maybe PTSD, or to discuss how they're feeling. And also because they retain a lot of documentation when they have to go to doctor's appointments or when they set up visits for them. So at this time, I'm asking the Commissioners Court if they know or are willing to give any space to me to be able to allocate space for this veterans officer. I've had about 3 individuals come to my office interested in wanting to be the representative for the veterans here in Dimmit County, but I cannot justly tell them, yes, we'll bring you on, because I can't meet the stipulations that the Department of Veterans Affairs at the federal level says unless I have an office for them.
Judge, I thought you were gonna get Ms. Miranda's office when she moves to Petrie, once we have the internet up and running. You had already suggested to get that office.
I know you and I discussed for us to use Maribel's office. Obviously Maribel has not moved. I don't know if she's going to move. I don't know if they're gonna move her.
I
But
just
I
saw the
think-
agenda that it's up for the internet to be up and running. That's the only reason why she hasn't moved. We haven't moved her over there because of the internet.
Okay.
So I know that's the office that you.
If we
had
can
asked
get
me
that
to-
office, what we're trying to do, because the Department of Veterans Affairs is going to be coming to Carrizo Springs March, I believe it's the 13th, trying to get office space before then. That's the whole purpose.
To me, it would be more
Fitting.
beneficial there because the elderlies that are handicapped or are wheelchair accessible, they don't have to go up the elevator. It's the first floor and as soon as you come in the office.
So do you think that we could get that office before March
I'm
13th?
hoping as soon as we get internet, that's the only thing that's keeping us from moving her over there, the internet. I know it's in the agenda.
Your motion is to approve to allow for the veterans for the Maribel's office?
The office is there.
Okay.
Once we move her.
So I second that motion.
I have a motion by Commissioner Noguera to designate the current sanitation food bank office, which is Ms. Miranda's, to the Veterans Affairs Officer. Thank you. And then second by Commissioner Talamantes. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.8, discussion and appropriate action. Approval for County Judge Martha Ponce, Commissioner Jose Orena, to attend the Water and Waste Regional Conference, February 27th in Eagle Pass, Texas.
Judge, on this one,
Samantha.
I don't mind approving for the training to go, but I think since it's just an Eagle Pass and it's so close, I don't think that the overnight stay needs to be there, since he's gonna leave like around 7:30. and
That's
7:30.
fine with me, I have no problem. I can only speak for myself, but I have no problem. I think, is it a 1-day or 2-day event? I think it's a 2-day event, right?
Is it a 2-day event? If it's a 2-day event, then that makes sense.
Let me check. I'm trying. I have it right here, Commissioner.
You received, Judge, it's a day and a half.
Yeah, I think it is a 2-day event, Commissioner.
It's a day and a half, yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
So you're staying overnight one day and completing the next course the next
I
day?
think that's what it is.
And are you checking in for 2 nights or 3 nights?
Oh no, it says 1 night, at least for me. I'm trying to find the other. Yeah, it says 1 night.
For Commissioner Uranda, it does say 1 night as well. So then you'll be staying the day that you're taking class, and then the next day you perform that half a day, then you'll come back after?
Correct, that's what it looks like.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion by Commissioner Talamantes,
Second.
second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.9, discussion and appropriate action approval for our County Judge Martha Ponce to attend the Spring Judicial Education Session, March 24th through the 27th in Lubbock. For this one, Commissioners, is just for my meal and mileage. As you guys are aware, I sit on the judicial board of the Texas Association of Counties. So because I sit on the Judicial Education Board, the Texas Association of Counties pays for all my fees. So they pay for my room, they pay for my entry fee, so the county is paying for my mileage and my meals. Thank you, Commissioner Noguera.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Talamantes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.10, discussion and appropriate action, approval for County Judge Martha Ponce and Court Coordinator Julissa Alvarado, OLS County Clerk Claudia McDaniel, and Deputy Clerk Belinda Sandoval to attend the Probate Academy May 5th through 8th in Lubbock, Texas. Again, Commissioners, as for myself, Mrs. McDaniel, Belinda, and let me reiterate. For myself and Ms. McDaniel, we get the registration and initial fees paid for through the TAC Association for being on the probate. Ms. Belinda will also get it reimbursed, but we have to pay for it on the front end first, and then we submit a reimbursement form. And then for Ms. Julissa Sanchez Alvarado, it would be paid also for just the mileage and meals through the OLS because she's through the OLS grant.
So Ms. Belinda will get a reimbursement,
Yes,
and Ms. Julissa, you said it's being paid through OLS funds?
through the OLS, yes, for her meals and mileage.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Noguera. We have a motion by Commissioner Noguera,
Second.
second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.11, discussion appropriate action, approval for Dimmit County Attorney Investigator Mr. Gonzalo Gonzalez to attend the Investigator Conference February 9th through 12th in Conroe, Texas. And this is the yearly investigator training that Mr. Gazan, he attended it last year as well.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona and a second by Commissioner Talamantes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.12, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from County Extension Agent Ms. Alyssa Cruz for the month of January 2026.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
One thing I do want to mention is we wrapped up the county livestock show this past month. I did want to say thank you to all of y'all for y'all's support. Thank you to the community, our volunteers, livestock show board members, and of course, parent volunteers, who all helped together to make it a great success. We do have some upcoming 4-H county and district contests coming up, along with some spring programs that I'll be sharing with y'all later.
Ms. Dukes, thank you, and Ms. Munoz and Ms. Julieta for all your hard work in putting this event together and making it a huge success, not just for your health department, but for the kids and everyone. Thank you.
I would say this is my first year, and I definitely took the opportunity to learn all the different entities and how you guys come together to work together for the better of the community. I was grateful to be a part of it and kind of go through the motions with y'all guys, and I definitely see all the hard work that y'all contribute to it. And I applaud y'all guys because I know that I was panicking there for a minute and see y'all guys cool, calm, collected, like it's gonna get done. Shows real commitment to the department. Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner. I got a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona and a second by Commissioner Noguera. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. 3.13, discussion and appropriate action, approval for county extension agent Ms. Alyssa Cruz to attend the San Antonio Livestock Show on February 18, 2022 through the 22nd, in San Antonio, Texas.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Noguera,
Second.
second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Cruz. 3.14, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from FCH agent Ms. Carissa Munoz for the month of January 2026.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Commissioners. I do have flyers for my upcoming programs that I'm going to give you, and then I also brought Ms. Julieta up here with me to present on a program that we're going to be posting starting in March.
Well, same goes for y'all, Ms. Munoz. Thank you so much for all y'all guys do. It was a wonderful and great event. And Ms. Julieta as well for the donation of the cake boxes for the commodities. We definitely had some people that went up and they were excited to see it, so.
So the one, we have a cooking roll for healthy blood pressure coming up starting tomorrow, every Tuesday, 3 Tuesdays out of the month of February. And as you all know, February is American Heart Month. So we're trying to do our best to inform the community about heart health and how important that is. And then we also are going to do a virtual series, which will be every 3 Fridays of February, to also give more opportunities for the community to attend. And then I'll let Ms. Julieta talk about the Walk Across Texas that's coming up.
Thank you.
I believe, Commissioner, you had asked last Commissioner's Court about the multi-county Walk Across Texas. So that is the brochure that Ms. Julieta put together, and she'll go ahead and explain it further.
Good morning, everyone. So last year we did a friendly competition and it was virtual across 4 counties. So that was Dimmit, Uvalde, Zavala, and Maverick. And it was a Walk Across Texas competition against the Sheriff's Department. So this year we're going to do it again, but it'll be all law enforcement across these 4 counties as well. So it's designed to address the high diabetes and cardiovascular risk presented in our region and to support officer wellness and the community health. So I did put some statistics on the brochure and 2 testimonies from Zavala County and just like information on the Walk Across Texas for this year. So hopefully y'all can join our journey and just stay updated on it. So, and if y'all have any questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, also, I have been doing like, last month I did like a little vision board, and it's all tying back to mental health. So it was like a single education. So this year it's gonna be also tying back to mental health, but it'll be more towards like Valentine's. So if y'all would like to join, I do have flyers on it, but thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. This is awesome, Julieta, because this is what me and the sheriff's office are doing with the elderly at the nursing home. We're gonna do the paint and sip for Valentine's.
Oh.
That's awesome. Motion to approve, Judge.
I have a motion by Commissioner Noguera, thank you.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Talamantes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Discussion and appropriate action, approval for FCH agent Ms. Carissa Munoz to attend the 2020 AgriLife Health Summit, February 9th through the 13th in College Station.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Talamantes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Munoz. 3.16, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from the rodeo events coordinator.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's in the paper. It's in paper, here you go.
Oh, I have it.
Thank you, Sabrina, for all your hard work. I know doing schedulings and all that, it's a hard work, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
I will say too, I really like the way the report was presented this time. It's a lot more legible and it really does help.
Thank you.
Motion to approve?
Motion by Commissioner Talamontes,
Second.
second by Commissioner Noguera. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
3.17, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from Dimmit County Golf Course for the month of January 2026. Motion to table by Commissioner Uranda,
Second.
second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.18, discussion and appropriate action, court report from the sanitation department for the months of October, November, and December.
Good morning.
Morning.
Motion to approve?
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Talamontes,
Second.
second by Commissioner Odena. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
3.19, discussion and appropriate action, approval of airport quarterly report for October, November, and December.
Good morning.
Are there questions of Mr. Martinez?
Did you ever get the issues taken care of the hogs in the area?
Normally right now I just pretty much just fix some of the fencing, but I don't know what exactly I can do about it, or, I don't know, it's kinda, just fixing the fence, patching it up. The hogs are gonna be showing up regardless, I don't know what really, just just a pest.
I'm not sure what we could do either. Maybe we can look into it because I got hogs at my house now too. And I
Yeah.
thought of the
Yeah, they
airport.
create holes there off the runway, so when you're cutting grass, you don't see it, but you'll hit it, and,
Yeah.
it creates the damage to the tractors and stuff.
We've got, pictures off of the cameras that we saw out there
Mm-hmm.
of deer, javelinas, and, there's a lot of wildlife in there. There's
Yeah.
like 4 or 5 deer in there. And
Yeah.
the guys are going through the perimeter fences to see if they can repair. The deer would maybe be able to keep out, but the javelinas tend to dig underneath any gap.
Yeah.
So we just have to kind of watch over that, because it is a concern for the
Especially
landing
the
strip
runway.
and, for the
Yeah,
breeze.
we do have that security gate there, it's not working, I would like to keep it, have someone check it out, so maybe they could put a code key, or just have it closed all the time, and whoever needs to get in there, just put in the code and it opens up.
The one to go into the airport?
Yeah, yes, sir, to get into the ramp like that, that stays closed all the time, and prevent deer from getting there, because they'll get into the area back, there's no gate there, and they just wander in.
Yeah,
So once they're in there, they're kind of hard to get out, you see them driving around, just trying to chase them out.
yeah.
Commissioner, question, or maybe, have we ever thought of like putting a high fence along for the deer?
Well, it's, what is it right now, 8-foot fence, I think,
It's
right now?
It's a hyphen, but
Yeah.
we're talking about, there are a couple areas that they found that the fence were damaged. But outside from that, he's talking about the entrance where Eric back is at.
Right.
There's brush across the street and a lot of.
Yeah. No, the main entrance to the airport too, it has a cattle guard right there, but we do have a security fence, but it's not,
Holding anything back.
yeah, it's not closed, it's open right now, so if we have some kind of code key, and you get someone, the security, put in one of those.
Other questions?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Noguera. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Approval of airport manager contract for 2026 renewal.
This is a yearly renewal that you do?
This one.
This contract renewed every year.
And this is to hold the position to continue to serve that area.
Yes.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion by Commissioner Talamantes,
Second.
second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
3.21, discussion and appropriate action, approval of notice of change to polling place from Precinct 2 Old Band Hall to Dimmit County Public Library Museum, and polling place from Precinct 7 back to the courthouse south effective March 3rd, 2026, joint primary election, county clerk.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Noguera,
Second.
second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.22, discussion and appropriate action to approve the holiday savings for Dimmit County employees, precinct 1 and 4.
So moved.
Were there any
Motion.
employees from y'all's precinct that decided to do it, or,
Every year is anybody that wants to participate.
but like my precinct, if we didn't get any reach back, then they don't,
Just reach back, what do you mean?
like if they don't respond back to the treasurer's office, because
If there's a form that they need to sign, and if they don't want to participate, they don't have a zero on it.
so that's what I'm saying, only precinct 4, we have people
No.
that wanted to participate.
This is just to activate it.
It's been going on for years.
So this is just to start it then.
To redo it again.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Noguera and second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.23, discussion and appropriate action, approval for Jacob Rodriguez to attend the groundwater production class June 23rd through the 25th in New Braunfels, Texas.
Judge, this is a class that, Mr. Rodriguez is requiring to continue his job role, in the water testing program.
It's for him to get certified.
Yes, correct.
So moved.
And motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona.
To get certified or to keep his licensing?
It's to keep his license.
Does Mr. Gary need to go too, or is just Jacob?
He goes at a different time, so that,
One can stay in the other
Correct.
one?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Commissioner Odena. 3.24, discussion and appropriate action, approval to designate parking for jurors when grand jury is in session, precinct 2.
Judge, as we have an issue with the parking, it was a suggestion to see if we can designate the area for the jury. And this is the jury over here where the, across the courthouse, old courthouse, where the DPS parking lot is. But designate that only when there's jury, because there's hardly anybody that parks there. And it's over here from the motor bank. There's about 8 or 12 parking spaces there. And when jury is summoned, or there's district court, we can park them there just so they can be designated to have a space to park.
So you're not necessarily saying for grand jury jurors, but you're saying just jurors in general?
The
there's-
selected.
Because there's grand jury and then there's
Well,
actual jury.
Whatever juries are. Yes.
So just for jurors?
Yes.
Jurors.
What area, Judge?
He's saying that area right here by where the DPS office is across the street, where the motor bank used to be, there's several parking spaces right there. He's saying that to designate that as parking for jurors. Whenever there's either, whenever there's when there's grand jury, or whenever there's like right now, there's a jury trial that's happening across the street with Judge Abascal. So he's saying so that the jurors have somewhere to park.
I mean, I think it's worth a shot to try, because if we can send it out in their notices, if there's nothing.
No, we just have to put a sign that says parking for jurors.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Noguera,
Second.
second by Commissioner Uranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion carries. 3.25, discussion and appropriate action to allow public access to live stream Commissioners Court through official social media platforms and pages.
Judge, on this agenda item for public access live stream through Commissioner's Court, I'd like to propose a small adjustment. We can live stream directly to YouTube, which would reduce the workload while providing real-time public access and transparency. This approach is consistent with the Attorney General's Open Meetings Handbook, Section 3, page 29. Following the broadcast of open meetings over the internet, meetings will stream from the courtroom and be posted by the end of the court date. With that, I'd like to set the motion to approve. If y'all guys look at your recording folders that I gave you, I also gave y'all guys a copy of the handbook so y'all guys can see. And I have quotes as well, unless anybody has any questions as to how much it would cost us. Currently, right now, we have a setup that we'll be able to test for
What do you mean?
for live stream through Commissioner's Court.
I know, but it'll cost us. What do you mean cost us?
You have to get like a little webcam to set up, so it would cost us a little bit to transition it, but again, it would cut down the workload.
I know, but you put on here through live stream through social media.
Yes, ma'am, and that's why I said, just a little bit, whenever I first made the agenda, I wanted to do it through social media platforms, but as the head of the IT department, I saw it more beneficial for the county if we did it directly to YouTube. It makes more sense for the county for us to go through YouTube and upload it directly through YouTube rather than having a separate setup
And
to.
so you're saying that YouTube will charge us a cost to go live? Is that
No,
what you're
ma'am,
saying?
we would just need a web camera.
Oh, you're saying for your office to
Mhm.
purchase a camera?
Yeah, we would just need the web camera, and I do have 2 quotes, but like I said, initially I wanted to do it through social media platforms, but then after really thinking about it and taking the time to consider it, I think it would make more sense for us to do it directly to YouTube. It'll allow transparency and people will get real access time to hear about what's going on in court.
And
What's
you have the cost of this cameras you're trying to?
So right now, what I can do is I can test it by what we have in the office right now, because we do have a similar webcam that we can. Later on, if we choose to upgrade that web camera to like make it more institutable, I have 2 price quotes of what we're looking at. So for one of them, we're looking at a total of $297, and the other one would be $599.
That's a year.
No, this is a one-time charge fee. It doesn't cost you any extra money to go live on YouTube. Anybody can go live. Again, this is for transparency to allow the public to have and get real information at accurate time.
So right now, you're just asking to go live, not necessary to purchase the items yet, right?
No, no, ma'am. And I don't think I would need to bring it back to court since it's under a set amount, but just so that way we can transition to live. Technically, the opinions that I got, that it's up to the judge's discretion, whether she wants to or not. Other counties that have higher populations, they're automatically mandated to record their commissioners' courts live, but we don't reach that population amount to say that it's mandatory for us to do it.
I have no problem with it going live. It's transparent, accountability. People know what we're doing, people can see what we're doing, and
Yes, ma'am.
they need to know what we're doing, they need to see what we're saying, and I have no problem with it being live.
I set the motion.
I have a motion by Commissioner Talamantes,
Second.
second by Commissioner Uranda. All in favor? Any else? Yes, ma'am.
It's not using our social platform, right? Because the way it was written, it says to allow public access to live stream commissioners court through official social media platforms.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Initially, when I first
So
wanted to do it,
You have to put it through the
You have to
page.
put it through your motion.
So what you
It has to be
would, what
changed.
you have to, what you would have to do, Commissioner Talamantes, is that you would have to, have your IT stream live through the Dimmit County website.
yes, ma'am, that's what I'm saying. So that's what we're doing. So whenever
So
we're
you're
looking
going
into
to,
it, yes,
you're going to amend
yes, ma'am.
your motion to allow public access to live through Commissioner's Court through the official Dimmit County website?
Yes, ma'am.
Second.
So that way, like, if you guys wanted to share it on y'all's pages, you would just have to go copy the link, and then that way it would be more accessible, and you're not having to have multiple cameras set up in here. So you'd be able to just go share the link on your Facebook page if you like.
I don't have a problem because lately we've been having commissioners court for 3 to 4 hours, and by the time you guys load up the video, people are assuming you guys are doing something to the videos, deleting the videos. So with this, they'll see the video right after commissioners court, that's it for say, within an hour or so. So
So they'll be able to see it live.
Yeah.
If it works the way that you're saying it's gonna work, it's gonna be live in action in real time.
And that was a problem too, when we went back and we had a conversation about it and thought about what was the best for the county. We really did try to put everything together, and it made more sense for us because there is always that negative that they say, you know, that they're being edited or anything like that. I can assure you that they're not edited, it's just the camera dies. And so as soon as the camera dies, you have just enough time to put in another battery. So that's where you're seeing the delays and then the breaks. But this allows for accountability and
I do have a
transparency.
motion by Commissioner Talamantes and a second by Commissioner Uranda. All in favor? Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.26, discussion and appropriate action to approve the PTO policy as more than 90% of Dimmit County employees were on agreement, precinct 3.
So Judge, on March 10th, the PTO policy was presented to the court and tabled, at which time the court requested a survey from the treasurers to evaluate employees' understanding and agreement to the conversion. On April 28th, the policy was brought back with surveys showing results of 90% of Dimmit County employees understood and agreed to the benefits of the policy. Even accounting for the 10% not surveyed, the percentage clearly outweighed the disapproval. As a commissioner, tabling an item should not substitute for seeking comprehension. With that, I set the motion to approve the PTO policy presented in court back in March.
Say your last part, I got confused.
With that, I set the motion to approve.
No, you just said something about, it got tabled for comprehension or what?
Yeah, so we got tabled because basically they said that we didn't want to understand it and to go ahead and to take it to the employees because they wanted to make sure that the employees could understand it. And so it got tabled and then we brought it back, but when we brought it back, it said that 10% had not been surveyed. And for that reason, we went ahead and tabled it again. But I feel it's our duty as a commissioner's court to understand it and comprehend it for the employees. And so with that, it was just something going over the year of all the agenda items that we said that I didn't agree with that I thought should get put there. A lot of the employees got excited about it because it was going to combine the vacation and the PTO. So here is the proposed on it. Like I said, I just think that if we have any questions, we should ask the questions here, but it shouldn't be substituted for tabling and not wanting to ask the questions or not wanting clarification, with all due respect.
I don't think that was the reason why it was tabled.
No.
No, ma'am.
On the minutes, it says here that that was exactly why.
If
So if
I can recall, it got tabled because, you had mentioned that your precinct had not been spoken to.
No, it was
Yes, it was mine and hers.
And hers, right?
And up to date, it's still, they had met.
So 5.1, PTO policy treasurer, it was motion to table by Commissioner Noguera, second by Commissioner Carmona, that the Commissioners Court tabled the PTO policy to presented by court for the treasurer to consider more time for a survey, I guess is what it was. And then the second time it got put in was 6.4, and it was tabled again. And because of Commissioner Carmona's employees hadn't been surveyed, and it was tabled by Carmona and Uranda. So both times it was tabled because we were requesting the survey for that.
The first
Just for the
time
correction, Judge,
The first time
It's
was
not
for
to argue.
clarification.
but regardless, it was her, myself, and up to now, I'm gonna say, they never met with, and I'm not saying that I'm for it or anything, but up to now, they haven't even discussed it with my employees. So it doesn't make no difference if I report this site, but let's set the comment correct. It was both precinct 3 and 6 and 2.
Judge Ben?
Mhm.
Judge, aside from whatever reason it got tabled, the only thing I can say is after reviewing the process and what's proposed, it simplifies the process, not for us as Commissioners Court, but for the employees and the staff that has to perform payroll on a weekly basis or month-to-month basis. It simplifies the process where, and I don't know if everybody understands how it works, you eliminate all these branches from where you can take time, sick leave, vacation, it combines it, so it actually simplifies the process for the employees themselves. I think it's quite beneficial because they're not gonna lose anything. If anything, it's just gonna simplify it. So I don't know what the issue would be, if
It was no issue, Commissioner, it was just explanation.
Okay.
That's all it was.
Well,
And I'm not trying to make it a debatable stuff.
well, I'm not debating nothing, I'm just clarifying it, I'm just saying the way it is. It
And
simplifies it.
I even asked my employees, go talk to the, I even stated to my employees, go talk to the treasurer, so you can get it straight. So it wasn't that.
I'm on motion to approve it, since the treasurer did propose it, and it's his job to keep up with all this. We're here to support, as long as it's beneficial, why not? I'm on motion to approve it.
I have a motion by Commissioner Odena.
That would be the second, because I motion to approve it on my opening
What
statement.
did you?
I motion to approve it on the opening statement, so Urandez would be the second.
I know, but I heard his motion, so that's why I put his motion first.
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Commissioner Odena, and I have a second by Commissioner Talamantes.
I have a question for Mr. Ortiz.
Mr. Ortiz, if you can please come to the podium.
Good morning, Mr. Ortiz.
Morning, sir.
Is this something that will benefit us and all the employees and your office? I know we brought it back 2 times, and then I know you got frustrated, it didn't pass, we needed more clarification, and you say you wouldn't put it back because of lack of agreeing on it. But I just want to ask you right now, is this something that you want and it's going to benefit all of us?
Right, I believe it would benefit, it benefits the employees, like Commissioner said, it makes it simpler, combines it. They're able to get, have more flexibility for their time. It's also gonna help, save the county some money, because we're gonna have to, the employees would use their comp time first. So we're not gonna pay as much overtime. Like my last year's report, we're already in hundreds of thousands of dollars we spent on overtime that wasn't grant, funds. So this policy will help reduce that. It won't completely take it out because there's still chances that it might occur, but it would significantly decrease it. So I believe it would help give the employees, better take their time off and improve the county's finances. And like this survey said, over 90% of them wanted it, and there was only missing maybe 10 people. So that survey kind of speaks for itself. And for the 100 or so I did talk to, I went in best details I could, and everybody pretty much understood for the most part.
I would say that my employees really like that. They will no longer be required for the vacation days. They won't have to bring in excuses, because they'll be able to use their time as they want. So I did talk to my employees about it. I think things also. I know that Commissioner said they weren't addressed, but I still did my due diligence to make sure I communicated with his office and then communicated to my employees as well.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.27, discussion of appropriate action to accept the resignation of Fire Chief Carmona, presented in court in 2025, Precinct 3.
Judge, I'm going to do my best to speak on this one last time. I know it's a very touchy subject, and I know that not everybody sees it from my point of view. So if you can bear with me while I try to read off my notes and, again, give this one more time. For the record, I've been called a bully and accused of being jealous and micromanaging, specifically by Commissioner Carmona, who claims the department is running flawlessly. I want to be very clear, this discussion is not about Commissioner Carmona's character, intent, or service. This discussion is about the legal structure of the positions involved and the clear conflict of interest that's created by holding them simultaneously. An arrangement that places far more than tax-paying dollars at risk. Under Texas common law, the doctrine of incompatibility exists to prevent conflicts of interest that divide loyalties in public service. This doctrine applies whether the duties of two public positions overlap, influence one another, or place an individual in a position where he's supervising, funding, and contracting with himself. When a commissioner simultaneously operates a leadership role such as fire chief, the law recognizes a conflict. One position participates in the decision relating to budget, policy, oversight, and interlocal agreements that directly affect the other. Importantly, the doctrine applies regardless of whether the position is paid or volunteer, regardless whether the conflicts occur daily, and regardless whether the individual recuses himself from specific votes. My goal in raising this issue is to ensure compliance with state law, maintain public trust by holding the fire chief position accountable, preserve and create a working relationship that best serves the public, and protect both the county and commissioner from legal challenges and unintended consequences. The doctrine prohibits dual public service in cases of self-appointment, self-employment, and conflicting loyalties. Self-appointment. As a commissioner, Commissioner Carmona is a member of Commissioner's Court, the governing body responsible for appointing an individual to oversee the operation dailies of the fire station. As a county commissioner, Commissioner Carmona votes on county budgets, votes on interlocal agreements, votes and funds departments for fire services through road and bridge budgets and COs, votes on policies affecting emergency service, exercises oversight authority over the fire chief position. His attempt to block his own letter of resignation is a clear indicator of a conflict of interest. Even if he were to abstain from voting, the mere possibility that his role as a commissioner and his vote could be traded, influenced, or compromised in connection with his fire chief position is a serious concern. This raises a question I previously posed in court. Could his decision-making ability as a commissioner be compromised in fear of losing his fire chief position? And has it even possible to determine whether that has already occurred in our current administration? Self-employment. As a commissioner who oversees the fire department's annual budget, Commissioner Carmona is the direct supervisor to the fire chief position. Self-employment is not limited to payrolls. Holding a voluntary position does not remove this conflict. He occupies a role that is in the direct chain of command and is solely responsible for enforcing the fire department's bylaws and standards. As a fire chief, Commissioner Carmona operates and is responsible for a department that receives Dimmit County funds, contracts with other local departments, and determines which working relationships are maintained. He is subject to the county's interlocal policies and laws, policies from which he is exempt from as a commissioner, and laws and vice versa effect. Controls staffing and call-out schedules, must ensure proper PPE is issued and maintained, must ensure safety policies are in place to protect firefighters from avoidable risks, must ensure compliance with Texas Commission of Fire Protection Standards, insurance requirement, and OSHA standards, exercises disciplinary authority, maintains all fire equipment, is the commanding authority over all calls made within the county, investigates incidents and generates documentation for legal and insurance purposes. This leads to a fundamental accountability problem. If the fire chief fails to use proper PPE, who holds those violations accountable? When the commissioner is the same individual managing his own department head, no real authority exists over the fire chief position. Even broadcasting operational failures through social media cannot hold that position accountable because the individual is effectively supervising and judging their own conduct. Who verifies whether PPE standards were met? Who determines whether corrective action is necessary? Who protects the county from questionable conduct? The same person. There's no accountability. Conflicting loyalties. Commissioner Carmona is in place where a position where he can advocate for himself as fire chief, vote on influence decisions affecting his own department, controls and documents how legitimate safety and liability concerns are addressed and presented, ultimately compromising the final layer of transparency owed to Commissioner's Court. This is a conflicting loyalties by definition. When a decision must be made, which role takes priority? The firefighters who serve under him, public safety, or the commissioner charged with protecting taxpaying dollars, policy integrity, and county liability. This position holds far more power than monetary compensation, and the recusal does not cure the conflict. Attorney General supports. In summary, The court would likely conclude that the common law doctrine of incapability bars a person from simultaneously serving as a volunteer firefighter for an emergency service district and a commissioner on that ESD's Board of Commissions. In simple format, commissioner is wearing too many hats. I'm not saying that his value isn't inputted into the department. As a managing department of that department, he's always gonna have oversight and make sure that that fire chief that he puts or we put is always operating to the best of what the county has to offer. Last time I checked, Commissioner Carmona was not stepping down as a commissioner. He wasn't giving up this department because I know he feels so strong and boldly about it. All I'm simply pointing out is that it's an accountability problem and the law supports that. So, in simple format, with requests, I'm asking that we prioritize our oaths to office rather than political agendas. And I accept the motion to accept Commissioner Scarmona's voluntary fire chief resignation submitted March 24th, 2025.
Go ahead.
Judge, I just want to say something to everybody that's in here, and I'm going to keep it simple. This process is gone above and beyond what it should have gone. I keep hearing comments about making it personal, this and that. By all means, you have a right to your opinion. I, for one, I'll tell you this, it's not personal. I respect the man, I always have. I may not always agree with him, but I was taught to respect him. And I respect him for everything he's ever done and what he continues to do. However, what this court needs to understand, what people in here in this community need to understand, is that we're being placed in a situation where it seems like we're removing him, and we're not. Make that clear. We did not put on the agenda to remove, or at least I didn't. Everybody needs to understand that our chief resigned on his own will. He wrote out the document, signed it, and turned it into Ms. McDaniel. At that point, as Commissioner's Court, we're obligated to take some type of action. It's just the legal process. For those of you who do not understand that, I can't help that. But when somebody takes action upon himself, writes out a document and hands it over to the clerk, something needs to happen. We can't just sit there, twiddle our thumbs and pretend nothing happened. It's our due diligence, it's our obligation as elected officials. Nobody's removing him. I don't know, to accurately, and to be honest with you, I'm still waiting on information based on the bylaws. We still have to look at all that. But we're not the ones removing him. As a matter of fact, I can tell you in front of him, I told him, don't do that. Do not do that. You do it on your own will, but don't do it just under pressure. I did tell him that. So don't come up here and look at us like, or at least at me, like I'm doing this personal. Never personal. I wouldn't have ran for this position if I ever thought things would get personal. And everybody could look at it the way you want it. You have your own opinion. But hey, we have a job to do. When people vote for us and elect us for this position, we have a job to do. It's personal when y'all are friends and family, of course, and I can't blame you for it. It's gotta be personal. But this is just about respect, and it's about accountability. When somebody does something, you gotta be held accountable at one point or another. All of us. That's all I have to say.
Man,
Go ahead, Commissioner.
as the previous meeting we had, I was grilled to the bone as what happened. And yes, I said,
Give me 1 second, Commissioner.
what is that?
I'm gonna connect something real quick.
Javi, can you point it that way so that it does not,
If it's a meeting, they don't need to connect, but I'll explain it. I did fall under pressure because the commissioner wanted my resignation right there and then. She stated it very clear that she wanted my resignation. And it triggered it off where I got very upset, and everybody knows we all make mistakes, and I'm not gonna say that I'm trying to get away from my mistake. However, when she demanded my resignation, I said, yes, ma'am. I wrote it on a piece of paper, but I folded. But the only thing that I'm gonna say, and whatever the court decides, there will be no ill feelings. I am glad that served as a fire chief. I thank my constituents. I thank everybody that believed in me. But why did it take almost a year for them to accept this resignation when they should have been done the following meeting? That's what I say. Don't wait a year until you get upset again and bring it up to where now I'm the guilty party. Because that's the bottom line, people. The reason I resigned was because I folded under pressure. She demanded my resignation, and she made it clear because her mission was, and I'm gonna say it clearly, for me to get removed as the fire chief. Not because I like my duties, and not because the thing is that they want fire trucks and Big Bulls, they want this, but according to law, you cannot do it because Big Bulls does not have a fire department. And I was told, I got in trouble with Mr. Pereira when he mentioned that I couldn't leave a truck over there because there was no fire department belonging to Dimmit County. They don't know what I did for the city of Big Bulls. Everybody blames me. I am to blame, thank you. I'll take full responsibility. But at this time, all I want to know, I don't want to go to videos, I don't want to go nothing. I'm just asking the court to do what they want to do. I'm not telling them not to accept my resignation. I'm not telling them to accept it. Court, you do what you do. And that's bottom line. I don't need nothing else. I'm glad that I put 46 years into the service. Like I said, we brought up this fire department from 2 junk trucks to up to now, where it's a decent fire department. But just because of the little thorn that is there, I am willing to step down. And I will admit it. I will resign as of today. I'm not gonna put up with bureaucracy or slamming me behind my back. Judge, I want you to accept my resignation.
So you're,
The court, yes, I'm willing to step down.
I just want to defend myself, my character real quick, because if we're going to be open and transparent, let's be open and transparent about it. I've had multiple conversations with you, Commissioner, in your office about this matter.
We never had conversations about it.
Yes, we did, and you
No.
admitted it the last time to the Commissioner's Court, but please allow me to finish. Exactly what you just said. Why wait an entire year? I've been in this position for 1 year, and when I look back at the minutes, there was a lot of things that we never took action on and we never completed. I know that my term is a term as well. I'm set to a 4-year term. If I don't accomplish what I set out to accomplish in this time frame, who knows if I'm gonna get a second option? Who knows if I'm gonna have another opportunity? So if I have the opportunity to come up here and speak on something that I feel honestly about, then I'm gonna do it. I did not ask for your resignation. If you can recall, what happened was you said that you had a recording of the judge telling you that people were complaining. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish, because it's the truth. Allow me to finish.
The recording.
Whenever I asked you about it, and you said, okay, I'm gonna play it, we went into executive session. We went into executive session.
you can't discuss.
Okay, but when we went into executive session,
You
you
cannot
came out and
discuss,
you
you cannot
submitted.
discuss that, ma'am.
Okay, but
You
you
cannot
went
discuss that.
out and you
You cannot
submitted.
discuss that, ma'am.
You submitted your own letter of resignation. At no
Yes.
point did I force you, and also Commissioner, remind yourself, I am the very commissioner that walked in here and y'all guys handed an iPad to and gave me no backup, no training or nothing. And you sat in your chair, my first commissioner's court, and you told me that I need to learn my place and learn that things weren't gonna happen the way I wanted it to happen.
Ma'am, we all got the iPad at the same time.
Hold on, so it's ironic to me,
You're making up.
that you're calling me a bully when I have done nothing but try to communicate with you. The fact that you're not willing to communicate on a subject that you felt touchy about is
No.
not on me.
I'm just tired of this, you know.
So, yes, a letter of resignation,
Judge,
and
take
then
the
you see
back
no
and
proper
I'm gonna,
PPE,
I'm gonna call the meeting back to order,
no proper
Commissioner.
PPE.
That's
on
fine, ma'am,
Facebook.
no proper PE.
So,
It's a fire and it's
who holds
already
that,
out.
so who holds this position accountable? Wouldn't it be the commissioner?
Ma'am, do you see
The
a fire
managing,
there?
the managing department? You're still on scene. There could still be ambers on the floor.
There's no ambulance.
You're still reporting to a call?
Ma'am, let's just get back to the meeting and
I just find
accept my
it,
resignation
I
and.
find it ironic that I'm being called the
You're just
bully
one-
after I tried to.
You're just one person that's really getting that again.
I'm gonna call the meeting to order, back to order. I'm gonna call the meeting back to order. Commissioner Alonso has advised me right now that he wants to resign from being the fire chief. I have to respect his opinion, but I will reiterate again, Commissioner Carmona, is that
Yes.
what you want to do?
Yes, yes.
So I have
My motion is to accept my resignation.
a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona to accept his resignation as the fire chief. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Talamantes. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition?
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries.
I can't believe this has gone so far. I've been here 12 years, and we've never had an issue. I'm not here to point fingers at whoever's sitting here. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that I've been here 12 years and we have never had any issues with the fire chief. This is just plain ridiculous. And for the record, I want to note that this actions appear selective and raise concerns about political motivation rather than policy. If there was so much about policy and what his resignation, he resigned. He did the letter back then in March of last year. Last year. It took the court a year to come back and put it back in the agenda? I'm sorry, but I do not accept his resignation. I'm just one vote.
The motion already passed.
I know,
Commissioner
Judge. I'm just letting you all know how I feel.
Thank you. 3.28, discussion and appropriate action to allow the advertisement of an open application for the process of Dimmit County Fire Chief position and determine the length of the open application period to allow equal opportunity.
So, Judge,
They will approach.
Can I approach?
The items are already closed on those two.
I think she said.
Oh, did I just give them to her? The 3 letters of resignation?
No, Mr. Villarreal, if you have any questions or anything, you can talk to him afterwards. The item already closed.
the managing commissioner of the department head is Commissioner Carbona, so you would initially turn them in.
No, ma'am, I have no jurisdiction over the fire chief anymore.
Yes.
Who holds
I know,
the
but
budget?
Mr. Commissioner,
You can switch the budget.
Well, you have to put it in the commissioner's court,
Right,
you're not
but
going to be
I
able to
don't
do that.
want
I understand,
it,
Commissioner.
because it's gonna create more and more, and I'm not willing to put up with it.
Well, just to be clear, Commissioner, I thought that you had a lot more value to offer that department as a fire commissioner than you did as a fire chief. But,
As you can see, well, it's already over.
Yes, Commissioner.
yes.
3.28, to allow the advertisement of an open application process for the Dimmit County Fire Chief position and determine the length of the open application period to allow equal opportunity.
Commissioner, I think this one, Judge, I think this one should go back on the commissioner. I had recommended a month, but since he's not willing to hold the department, as a commissioner, then I guess we're gonna have to wait to see if he transitions that department to another department, or to another commissioner, and then go from there.
Judge, under that circumstance, I'm gonna have to move my constable and myself from the fire station due to the fact that my precinct office is in there.
I don't mind you
So,
staying there, Commissioner,
Uh,
to save
well,
taxpaying
I'm in the
dollars.
wrong-
I don't
Hold
want
on,
that.
Hold on, ma'am.
Hold on, Commissioner.
I'm under precinct 6, so I'm gonna look for a building for precinct 2, where I can represent my constituents properly. So I'm gonna look for a building to purchase.
Right now, the discussion is to, and the appropriate action is to allow advertisement of an open application process for the Dimmit County Fire Chief position and determine the length of open application period to allow equal opportunity.
Judge, Mayor?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Judge, where are the bylaws for this
particular.
I think that there's a
I have
request
some
on
here.
here, I think there's a request on here, Commissioner, for that Commissioner Talamonte is put on here, so when we get to that item, you might answer your questions, but for right now, it's to allow the advertisement, so I need a motion to advertise for,
Motion.
I have a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Uranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? 3.29, discussion and appropriate action to request the Dimmit County Fire Station bylaws by Precinct 3, Commissioner.
But no, Angela, did you say this question?
This is the request for the Dimmit County Fire Station bylaws.
Okay, so yes, as I did some research on the government code and for the Texas Commission of Fire Protection. So on the Texas Fire Commission, it does say that the fire chief is the one responsible for submitting the bylaws. Commissioner, I know that we last spoke about it. When we last spoke about it, you said that the bylaws were destroyed in a water accident as we transitioned into office, and that there was no digital backup provided for the bylaws.
But I have forgotten that county clerk has.
And I did call. I called Mr. Pereira. Mr. Pereira can let you know. I called Mr. Pereira and I was trying to ask for a copy of the bylaws to see when they were last updated. I did also look into the bylaws and through the local government code. Technically, we're not allowed to be releasing county funds without those bylaws being instituted. If you look at your packets, I did give y'all guys copies of basically the key points of it. Again, I'm not sitting here and saying that don't release county funds because we don't have the bylaws, but what I am saying is that this is probably something that we should work together on to fix, to make sure that we have accurate and updated bylaws for the county's sake.
So is there you have bylaws or you
Yes,
don't
ma'am,
have
they were
bylaws?
adopted back in 1986.
No, I know, but I'm asking her, because she requested for the bylaws, but you already got the bylaws?
No, nobody gave them to me. When I went to Commissioner Carbona's office, I asked for them, and then I called Mr. Pereira, and then, I don't know, Ms. McDaniel, if I ever did ask you.
Mr.
No, I don't know if I asked you.
Commissioner Carmona, you do have bylaws?
They're sitting in the capital.
So then I can get a copy for you for my records through your office.
So, the motion, there is no
nothing
action.
illegal about the funding.
So,
There's what?
There was nothing irregular about the funding because the bylaws sit there.
Judge, and I think that the bylaws say that the fire department appoints the chief, it's not a process on commissioners.
even if it's a paid position?
It's not a big.
Well, I guess we'll have
It
to
is a
look at,
paid position, they just don't pay the position right now.
so there's no action on that item, because you can go get the bylaws
Yes,
from
from
Ms.
her,
McDaniel.
yes, ma'am.
3.30, discussion and appropriate action to institute 2 or 4-year terms for reevaluation and application process of Dimmit County Fire position and all Commissioner Court appointed positions in Dimmit County Policy Handbook.
So Judge, if you look at your pamphlets as well, I did kind of institute a little bit. There's a clear difference, and let me make this analogy. Every 4 years, we run for our office. So every 4 years, the people get to decide whether we come back and we sit up here or we do not. That is the end of our term. That is the people's right and the people's voice. As we sit up here, we advocate for the people that elect us into office. An appointed term is somebody who is appointed by Commissioner's Court to serve on that, whatever department it should be. So in this situation, let's just take the IT director, because I don't want to be accused of nitpicking at the fire chief still. So the IT director is actually an appointed position through this court. So in order to relieve the IT director of his duties and responsibilities, there would have to be a majority vote on this board to release him of his duties, correct?
I personally would like to look at the documentation that he has to, that he specifically is appointed, because with the IT department, he's just what we consider your supervisory position. So I don't know at what point this.
And his budget, yeah, on his budget, it does
It
say
used to
appointed.
say, but not anymore.
Okay, so
And I think that's just more of terminology or language, because the prior administration wanted to utilize that loophole to appoint whoever it is that they wanted. But I think that the way that the law works is that that's not necessarily a appointed position, because you oversee that position. So you get to delegate who you want there. So I would be eager to see the documentation that was done prior to this administration that says that that specific position was a appointed position. I think that it was more of a matter of terminology that was put on the budget by Mr. Pereira or whoever was before, because if you look at the budget now, it doesn't say appointed.
Okay, I will have to go back and look at it, if I'm being quite honest with you. I do know that the IT, the fire chief, I'm not even too sure about the code inspector, but I knew that we had a few other appointed positions that I wanted to look into.
I think that, because I think it would be inefficient for like positions like the IT or positions like utility for us to every 2 years bring them back, because as far as I'm concerned, your utility, Mr. Hyman, you hired him. We didn't hire him,
All utility.
right? So for me, it kind of defeats the purpose.
Like, we gotta fix it.
To say it's, I just don't think that it needs to be fixed if it's not broken. And I just don't think that we need to put the term limits on those positions. I would like to have some language or some law or some documentation that that's the way it was done before. I understand that you're saying it was appointed because that's the way it read in the budget. For IT specifically, we're talking about IT.
Yes, because on my end is that, and this is what I took from being an appointed position. If a person is appointed to the position through the Commissioner's Court, they're automatically protected by the court to make sure that it's a majority vote to release them of their duties. Because what happens if I'm the managing department head for the IT department and I don't win my election in 4 years, and the next person that comes in simply just release him of the duty because they don't like him for whatever reason, but he's already proven to do X amount of years of service to the county. So it would kind of institute them by themselves to make sure that they're given fair opportunity and that things aren't taken out of context for political adjournment or gain. So that is just on my point, but I can definitely respect that you want to take some time to look at it so that way we can try to fix it. I will say that my goal in addressing all these concerns and issues is to make sure that if we're going to fix it, we fix it right. Necessarily because something didn't seem to be broken doesn't mean that it was. I think that there's a lot better way of doing things, and if the people do not want my opinion in 4 years, I will wholeheartedly respect that, but I do think that we need clarification on these appointed terms.
So I would request that we table this item so that you can get some maybe follow-up or some.
Well, I can provide you everything that I did, because on my end, I see it justified, and I see it justified. If you look in your Brown and portfolio, I also provided some of that for you. But again, I don't want to be rushed into making a decision that they feel is immature just because we didn't take the actual time. I also did draft out a policy of what I think could be.
Let me ask you a question. This accordion thing that you gave us, you gave it to us this morning, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I
You
would
didn't have time, yes,
I would
that's
like to have additional time to review it because I can't review all of this.
No,
right now.
that's what I said, I respect that.
Motion to table.
I have a motion to table by Commissioner Odena,
Second.
second by Commissioner Talamantes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.31, discussion and appropriate action to approve Big Wells mayor and volunteers to store and operate a brush truck while working in partnership with Dimmit County Fire Station to support fire response time and effort. Precinct 3.
Okay, Judge, so I know that Commissioner Carmona had recently touched on this one and said that it wasn't on his part. I always find it a little bit ironic that whenever Commissioner Juan Carmona was in office, they were able and allowed to lend out the fire truck to the city of Big Wells, and it wasn't housed over there all the time. It was only housed on New Year's and 4th of July in response to the time that it would take people to get over there to put out the fire. My office, and I have also requested it, and I have been told no, that I could not. Commissioner Carmona says it's Mr. Pereira that doesn't allow it. Honestly, with this agenda item, I was requesting advice and guidance to see what it is that we have to do, because like I'm telling you, we've had multiple conversations about this position in Commissioner Carmona's office, and I was really hoping for insight on what it is that we needed to do, because I know that he has a Dimmit County volunteer firefighter that is also on his roster that lives in Big Wells. So it wouldn't be much to just lend him the truck and then have him respond to calls.
So what you're saying is that if there's a Big Wells volunteer firefighter, they can house the truck in Big Wells?
Well, yes, so they already have a volunteer firefighter, we already have a fire station. So with the volunteer firefighter working under the Dimmit County Fire Station, and essentially he would be able to store the truck there and then operate it based off of a active member of the Dimmit County Fire Station. I also spoke to the mayor and he said that he was willing to join in partnership and collaboration to get, I guess you would consider it deputized if I'm using the wrong analogy, to be able to work also under Dimmit County Fire Station to be able to make that possible for the people out there. I know that the fires that we've been putting out in Big Wells, and he has been assisting on them, we've basically been using our water trucks. But there has been certain situations where the mayor has responded to fires out there. So basically, my agenda item was to have a conversation to discuss on the options and to see what's most appropriate and best fit us.
So you're asking on this agenda, though, to approve for the Big Wells mayor and the volunteers to store and operate a brush truck in Big Wells?
Yes, ma'am. It was a start to the conversation to see how we could go about it. I wasn't just asking for like just one day to the next. I wanted to make sure that we stayed in compliance with the Dimmit County and the fire station. But if we can actively move towards getting that done. But like I said, I know that he's not wanting to conversate with me at this time on anything else, so I can respect that as well.
Yes, Mr. Pineda.
Wasn't it
Okay, is it on? Mr. Castaneda, is it on? This, Mr. Castaneda, you're the sheriff.
Is it off?
Maybe the battery went out.
Okay. It wasn't that I said that they could do it, or I didn't let them, but the problem is it's got to be a county property, stored in county property, and then handled by there are volunteer fire department. That was the only thing, and that's, outside of that.
So then I can store it at my yard?
County property, yes.
Yes.
The problem is that they're not firefighters.
But you have a
Hold on,
volunteer
ma'am, I got the
firefighter
floor.
from Midwest.
Ma'am, I got the floor. The problem is that they're not firefighters. However, if we lend a truck out there and they have no firefighter training, if somebody gets hurt, who are they gonna come after? Because there's no bunker gear, there's no nothing there. And we're talking about PPE. She says, I'm not trying to converse, but I try to convert, but I don't wanna turn it into a heated argument or discussion. But you gotta have some type, you gotta be recognized by the State Fire Marshals Association. That's a fire department. The entity itself, the city of Big Wells, is a taxing entity. They're supposed to have their own fire department. You don't know how great they are to get grants because they're on an empowerment zone. They're qualified for grants, but as long as the state does not recognize Big Wells as a fire department where they pay their dues and do the trainings and all that, they're not able to use. And there's no mutual aid. There's no mutual aid paperwork with the city of Big Wells and the county to support it also. There's a lot of paperwork behind it. It's not that I don't want to it's not that I didn't want the truck to be there. The thing is that the city of Big Wells has to have their own fire department. That's why it says Big Wells Fire Department, but it doesn't exist. It's not recognized by the state. The other thing is, if we...
The fire department's not?
No. The only fire department that are recognized is the city of Ashton, the Carrizo Springs, and Dimmit County. Because they pay their dues. And they pay their dues. There's no, the city fire department of Big Wells does not exist. And you can put a truck there, but who's gonna operate it? These pumps are these trucks are very sensitive. If you damage one, which I'm not concerned about the damage, but if you damage one or somebody gets hurt or gets burned because they don't have, like you said, the proper protective equipment, they're gonna come after somebody. There's no bunker gear there. You could have a station and one stall could be for the county, but you gotta meet the training requirements that it requires to have a fire truck there. It's not just turn it on and pump water.
Commissioner, is there a current volunteer for the
There's one, but he works in the oil field and he's hardly there. Most of the time when we get a call, or when we used to get a call, he would put that he's unavailable. And that's why we had to respond over there. Oil, as we all know, oil fields were totally different. But yes, there is a fireman that belongs, or that joined the Dimmit County, but one fireman cannot do the whole work of 4 individuals that I have to put out that fire.
Judge May? Okay, so the fire station was built by 4 different entities. So county played part, city played part, and the fire department back then played part. I understand where he's saying that the fire station has to be registered, and to be wholeheartedly and honestly and true, the fire department is not registered. But that's still also, when I went into Commissioner Carmona's office, I said, if it's still considered part of county, because county contributed resources to that fire station, and you have a firefighter that is located in Bigwoods that can assist on the calls, that receives training from you. Our mayor also, you refer to him as chief, Commissioner. So he has, okay, but you refer to him as chief because he has 18 years experience as a firefighter. He actually used to be a volunteer firefighter for the Dimmit County Fire Station. So reactivating him wouldn't be much as well either to get that process done. Simply to put, Judge, he made it the long way to not be able to offer assistance by saying that the city had to institute the fire station. And to be clear and correct, yes, that could have been possible. But an easier way to help the people of Bigwell's response to time would have been what you were doing previously when Mr. Juan Carmona was in my chair. We even allowed the constable to take the fire truck that was working with a co-op student that was employed, so they were bonded by the county. They even used the fire truck at one point. So what I'm asking is, if I need to put it on county property, why can't we deputize 3 or 4, including the mayor from Bigwells, to be able to work in partnership with the Dimmit County Fire, receive all the same trainings and qualifications that y'all guys do, and then have them out there being able to respond to time to help in efforts? That would be my thing, because I understand where he's coming from legally, but why can't we help each other in that sense? And y'all guys welcome 3 new members and hose a truck out there, so that way when there is a fire, we can help by putting it out, and then when y'all guys respond with more equipment and more material, it would be easier, and I think it would also alleviate a lot of the safety concern of y'all guys showing up and not initially knowing what you're running into.
One small comment, that's it. I'm not gonna. I even told the commission, I even stated to the commissioner that I was working with Dilly Fire Department on getting a fire truck. She can't say that I don't try to help the city of Bigwoods. That's a false accusation. I even tried with the city of Dilly that they were willing to give a truck to the city of Bigwoods. I was working on it real hard, but apparently the city, and I can bring you the chiefs where we discussed all this, but it don't make no use anyway, so. Because it's still gonna be an unbelievable story. I tried to get a fire truck for the city of Bigwoods that they had decommissioned. Well, it not decommissioned, but they were gonna put it in surplus. So I even tried to do that, but at the end, the city of Dilley decided to auction it off. So she can say, and like I said before, what goes on behind the scene, she doesn't realize what goes on back there. Just recently, a company offered to help us out, and I told them the story, so they were like, well, we're gonna see what happens. So she can say that I'm just sitting there and giving hardship to anybody. They don't know what I go through and what I do, because it's easy to criticize and see and be against an individual, but it takes a lot of effort to run something like this one. If people get to trust you. But with that, I'm just gonna leave it in whatever the county wants to do.
Just real quick,
So Commissioner, you would,
I said it before and I know I said it the last time, this is not about your character or your years of service. It's obviously admirable and I do thank you for the years of service that you put into Dimmit
I
County.
don't need that, man. I will do my job.
Commissioner, Commissioner, just real quick, in regards to, I understand your position about you have to have certain goals or whatever for them to be. If they do get deputized,
Well, they don't get there, they gotta get certified, they recognize.
so if they were to do that, they would be able to have somebody, they would be able to have a truck over there if they were to do that?
Yes, they can, but they gotta, again, they're gonna have to go through all sorts of training to know how to operate that truck.
Does Dimmit County provide that training?
I don't know. They have, the forestry service does, and you can send them to A&M during the summer.
Get a hold of Teeks.
So how do we,
The best thing to do is get a hold of teams.
The reason why I'm asking, I'm just asking if,
Well, I call it A&M.
the reason why I'm asking is because if there's a need to have a vehicle or a brush truck there to help them out, obviously you said you've been trying to help them out, and if there's a need for it, and if there's a want to have a substation, if you will, in Big Wells through Dimmit County, I think that would be a blessing. Genuinely, I think it would be a blessing. I know that I was in Asherton, and I want to go back, kind of piggyback what Commissioner Rubalcaba said about the Constable Rosas. I was in Asherton this weekend, and some of the people, constituents there, appreciate that he's there. They see him all the time in the streets in Asherton, and one of the things they kept asking was about substations. Some of the constituents, I'm sure you've gotten that before. You're nodding your head, because they don't want our little communities to be forgotten. And I appreciate that, I respect that, and that's why we're here, right? To keep progressing forward. In the same token, I've always sat up here and I've always told y'all, and y'all can be annoyed by the fact, but I always try to follow the law because I don't want to jeopardize my law license, right? I always beat that like a horse to you guys. And I always say I'm gonna follow the law, I'm gonna follow the law because I don't want to jeopardize my law license. With that being said, do I appreciate and respect the fact that you're trying to bring a substation, if you will, to Big Wells? I do. I think it's a good thing. Obviously, you're saying you've been in the background for a while trying to bring, you know, a truck to Big Wells, whether some believe you or don't believe you or whatever. I believe that you were, and I believe that she's trying to do the best to bring more progress to Big Wells. But with that being said, if there's only one person in Big Wells right now,
two, including the mayor,
well, if there's two,
that have experience,
That-
there's more than
oh,
one
but
leader.
that, I'm not talking about experienced commissioner, I'm talking about them being certified and actually
Oh, yes,
being
ma'am.
able
One.
to
Yes,
get
ma'am.
on a truck and drive it, because at the end of the day, we have to look at what's in the best interest for the county as a whole, that we're not gonna get a lawsuit, that we're not gonna jeopardize somebody's life. We all know, regardless of what side of the fence we're on, with one firefighter on that truck, that's not gonna be sufficient to turn down a fire. It's just not. Just the same with the sheriff's department. One deputy may initially mitigate a little bit, but then you call for backup. So what I'm trying to say is that your idea, I think, is great, and I will stand and support your idea of having a possible substation, and I will say that clearly. But we have to want to do it the right way, and the right way is that we have to make sure that we get more than one person to be certified, and then you know, the certified, and then be able to be accepted to be a firefighter, for them to be able to get in our vehicles. I think that right now this is a little bit maybe premature in the sense that we can't justify and saying we have to have a truck over there. I think that we need to perhaps maybe get more volunteers that are willing to be part of the Dimmit County Volunteer Fire Department so that there can be a truck over there. But I think on its face right now, I don't think that it would be a just and a right decision for us to make, because I think that we are treading on a possible lawsuit, or God forbid that we do put a truck there in your yard, of course, if this doesn't qualify. But if we put it, and then one person goes and they go to the fire and they can't turn the fire, and God forbid somebody dies, it comes back on the county. And of course, when it comes to assisting, and there's somebody's life or liberty at jeopardy, I would hope that we can all put our issues aside and go and help, and not just let that one person be there by themselves. And that's our goal, that's our hope. But I think as it sits right now, I think that we have to wait to see if there's more individuals that are willing to get certified in Big Wells. I mean, obviously, we have one or two, but I mean, honestly, and I asked Commissioner Carmona, because I'm not at the fire. I respect what they do, but I'm not there with them. And he advised right now that one person, he advised that one person, and you're obviously under oath, that one person always said they're not available. You understand what I'm saying? So if he's saying that every time they would text, that person said, I'm not available, and we do put a truck over there, and there is a fire, and that person's not available, now we've set ourselves up for what's called in the legal world, omission. We didn't take action. And if we don't take action, then we're held just accountable if we did take action, meaning we let them burn to death, so to speak. And I don't want that.
No, and that's why I said, Judge, when I brought it up the first time, I said, again, keep in mind, I write my agendas, and then a week I have time to go back and pull down and read what I'm trying to get at. And that's why I said, and that's exactly what I said right now. How do we get our Dimmit County Fire Department certified? What do we do? And he basically just telling me what to do, but sending me off on my own way and not really helping me, because obviously we have an entire volunteer fire department that are certified. So how is it that we get them that are certified? And that's why I said, this discussion was supposed to be a discussion to help us make it there, because, and he'd be the first to tell you, I would go in and he would say, it's Mr. Perea, and then I would go talk to Mr. Perea, Mr. Perea would tell me, it's the volunteer fire department, we have nothing to do with it. I'm like, but it's still county resources, still county everything. So we went back and forth on the conversation a lot, but we never got down. It kind of felt like we were playing hot potato, and they would just throw it on to one person, and then it would come back to me, and then I would go talk to the other person, and they would just throw it back on the other person. So this has just basically been my situation dealing with this. I'm not saying to go and put the truck there right now, because I do know that first and foremost, we have to get them as Dimmit County volunteer firefighters. If we have to move the sign and put Dimmit County up there, that'd be something too that we're willing to do. But to say that we don't have anybody in Big Wells that is willing to volunteer, as he said the last time, is not true, because there's a lot more, but those are the only two that I can think of that have experience and would be able to provide service like a Trone Rover. But are there more people that are willing to take on that responsibility? Yes, they are. So a motion to table until we get more clear, accurate information on how to set up.
Before I entertain your motion, Commissioner Rodriguez.
Judge, I just wanted to, listening to what's going on with this, it's, my recommendation would be to get the names of the people that are interested in, put it to Commission's Court where we can get TEEKs involved. They're with the Texas A&M Research Center, and they specialize in training. Yeah, they do that for Commissioner people, him and his group. So once that process is handled, then we can kind of move forward. It's step by step, but we have to start by getting people certified before we have.
And interested. And that was my, give me 1 second, Commissioner. And that was my position, Commissioner Odenda, is that right now as it sits, I just don't think that we can make a decision based on the fact that we don't have the appropriate number of individuals that are certified. we can get those individuals certified, I think that it'd be a great thing to put back on the agenda, in support of progressing the city of Biglos, which is a city within the county of Dimmit.
And real quick, Judge, the only reason that I said, Texas A&M is because in 1 week, they can get, if I'm not mistaken, but how many hours do we get, Mr. Salcedo? 30 hours?
Yes.
30 hours. So that kind of advance them more quicker than having kids come here and teach 2 hours per night. In 1 week, you get 30 hours of training. And that's why I mentioned Texas A&M. It's during the summer. And it's not that I didn't want kids to come down. You get quicker hours in 1 week than having to come every so often when they're available.
So do you have that information so I can contact them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Talamantes motioned it up to table, and I have a second by Commissioner Uranda. Commissioner Uranda, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.32, discussion appropriate action to approve the removal of a dead tree from the city of Big Wolf Cemetery as it is causing a safety concern.
Judge, on this line item, our interlocal agreement with the city of Big Wolf right now has expired. So technically, I'm not eligible at this moment. It expired like last week when they called. So I'm not able to remove the trees without the court's approval. The cemetery is owned and operated by the city of Big Wolf, and they have requested the assistance for the equipment and the personnel, but they will be helping us to remove the trees. They have citizens that are concerned that the tree is posing a safety concern because it's so high, and they're afraid that it's going to knock over on some stones that are there. Honestly, a lot of people just don't want to get next to it or around it.
Any questions? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Commissioner Talamantes.
I thought there's no longer agreement, we have to wait.
Well, that's why I'm asking outside of the interlocal agreement because I don't have it. So I'm
For this,
asking
just this one time.
because it's posing a safety concern. You want to see the trees? I gave you some trees.
Judge, I'll second the motion with the,
With the condition that this is a one-time only.
well, yeah, and,
Yeah.
it'd be badge to Mr. Gonzalez. So you'll be aware.
Commissioner.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna second the motion, if you please advise Mr. Gonzalez of the action the court took.
Okay.
That way, he's,
Make sure that we're in compliance and we're good with the county. Yes, sir, I will.
I have a second by Commissioner Uranda. All in favor?
aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.33, discussion and appropriate action to approve to replace the damaged fence line at the shared stockyard with the city of Big Wolf, Precinct 3.
So Judge, on this one, I want to be clear. In discussion with the county auditor, I was advised that this is something that should have gone through Commissioner's Court. And for that, I apologize for my lack of judgment. Because the interlocal agreement was in place at the time, I thought that I could use resources that I had within my yard to be able to construct a new fence line. The old fence line was completely taken down. The city had even gotten to a point where they were piling dirt in front of the fence line to try to keep like people with trucks going in there or anything like that. So the materials that I used for my yard were all scrap materials that had been there for a while, but I did incur 2 invoices totaling $621. And if you look at the attachments, I also included the invoices that are in connection with this fence line. Again, it's about a 500-foot fence line. The county spent a total of $621. The interlocal agreement was in place during the time. I understand my lack of judgment and not putting through this through Commissioner's Court first. As soon as Mr. Bennett advised me on this, I told him that I would go ahead and put it through court to just submit it as a after-the-fact approval.
Questions?
I have a question.
Mhm.
Commissioner, on this, you said the interlocal agreement was active during the process of the construction of the fence?
Yes, sir.
Did the city assist in any shape or form?
No, they've been really short-handed, so they haven't really, I think with anything, if they did assist, was moving out the old T-posts. But it wasn't a job that I was there actively doing with them. But I do know that the workers out there try to help each other as much as they can.
And this fence divides, the county property and what's the adjacent property?
No, sir, the fence closes in our stockyard. So the stockyard is where I hold the materials to serve precincts, our areas in precinct 3. And it cuts down on the drive time because my county stockyard, yes, my county stockyard is the Espantosa subdivision. So through the interlocal agreements, from what I was told when I came in, was that that area was a shared stockyard between the county and the city. So basically, both of us share it. There's no division between what classifies as the county side and what classifies as the city side. It is city property. It does not belong to the county. Honestly, he just said that we were talking about another line item, and he mentioned that that action should have come through Commissioner's Court.
I'm saying we gotta water it.
I don't know why we need to. Again, I'm just trying to be transparent and honest after a conversation with the auditor's office.
So it's county and city?
Yes, it's county and city, yes, sir. It's one of the few things that the city of Big Woods can provide us.
Here, because she said this right here is county property.
No, ma'am.
I just asked you if this was county property, and you said yes.
No. This whole property right here, ma'am, belongs to the city. It's a shared stock location between the city and the county. So this is what the city had always provided to the county in the interlocal agreement, was a shared stockyard, so that way the precinct can hold limestone, any material in that yard. But this, to be transparent, that property does not belong to the county. And when I had that conversation with Mr. Perea, he said that because the property does not belong to the county, the action should have come through Commissioner's Court for the approval.
So the way about going to being a shared stockyard was through the way of it being on an MOU?
Yes, ma'am.
At what point did this become a shared stockyard?
Honestly, from whenever I got into office, I was just told that, informed that. My predecessor always operated and used the shared location. The employees, when I came in, had a pin to the gate code. So I don't know how long it's been a shared location and how it was instituted. They just kind of went off of word of mouth.
So, Mr. Pereira, my question is, why did you need to put this through Commissioner's Court?
Because it's something that's not county property.
It's not county property?
It's not ours.
It's not county property, but it's utilized by the county?
Yeah.
But it was done during the acquisition to local agreement?
Yes.
Well, it's an interlocal, but it's not our property. But
I guess we're
it's not our
taking
property.
it.
It's not on our property.
Well, there's a motion to replace it by Commissioner Talamantes,
Second.
second by Commissioner Urenda. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries.
Who wants things that over here?
One abstention by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. 3.34, discussion and appropriate action to approve the build of JP3 carport for precinct 3 employees.
Judge, so this is another PO item that I was being questioned on. And basically with this one, we went ahead, and it was a lack of judgment on my office. I will take full accountability for that. So we went and secured the supplies necessary to build a carport. As mentioned, my predecessor did tell the judge that he would try to get it done before he left. It didn't happen, so then when I came in, Judge Hernandez advised me that...
You could just clarify,
Yeah,
yes. Judge.
Judge Hernandez advised me that she was still pending the weight of the carport. So through our road and bridge employees, we're able to fabricate a carport utilizing the material that we need. So my supervisor feels pretty confident. He says he's built a lot of carports. If you can see on the pictures, I did receive a delivery. The PO that was used to secure the delivery was an open PO that was at the area. So I know on our end should have classified it under something else as a project instead of, but this is going on county property. The PO does show that it's coming out of road and bridge equipment. And the total for the materials is $3,000 on both ends.
So it's kind of like the build of the desk that you have to put it through Commissioner's Court.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So my PO is just pending approval. If y'all have any questions on my end?
That would be different though, wouldn't it? Because you're using a contractor, she used her own people.
I know, but she's saying Mr. Pereira said she needed to get it approved to build.
I don't know why it's county property, county.
No, on this one, Mr. Pereira did not say that I needed the approval because it was on county property. But the PO is paused, so I just wanted to bring it up for clarification. The other one, he said that I need to put it through Commissioner's Court.
Your supplemental PO?
No, she purchased it before the judge approved the PO. That was the problem.
Yes.
The PO was never done, it was done afterwards. And that's why we're doing it.
So the items were bought first.
Okay, so that's where the process.
But the items are at the yard. They haven't been constructed, cut, or anything. So if I need to do a return and then do it the right way, I can go ahead and do that. But
This will take care of it, that's why we're doing it.
this would take care of it, you said, right? Okay.
Motion.
I have a motion by Commissioner Uranda, second by Commissioner Ocala. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.35, discussion and appropriate action to request a special monthly rate for youth brush and Pony County League below the $500 per month rate recently approved for the Alanis Field Precinct 3.
So Judge, on this line item, I spoke with the Brush County Pony League, and $500 seems to exceed their yearly budget. Considering what it takes to run a nonprofit organization and the benefit that it offers the youth in our community, I would like to request a rate reduction for the months of March, April, May, June, and July. I'm recommending $200 for those months.
For the 200 for the entire 6 months or 200 per month?
I'm willing to accommodate and have the conversation, but initially I thought $200 per month to account for water and light usage.
Questions?
I have.
Can it be brought down to 100?
Hold on, give me a second.
For the,
Your
for
question?
the remaining of the 4 months?
$100 a month, Commissioner, or the whole?
It's because they were gonna pay $500 a month, so now she's asking $200 a month to at least get the county some money to pay for the overhead of the light and water. That's what she's saying.
Or will we be
Your
back to
question.
My question.
4 months?
Your question, go ahead.
Y'all will be running the concession stand?
Last time I think we addressed it, we told, Mr. Fugao we will be giving that out to other leagues and stuff like that.
Yeah, so they can.
So you would just be collecting the entry fee
Yeah.
at the door?
We will
Okay, you're gonna be charging at the door.
We will be charging at the door. I did speak with Commissioner Talamantes, that we do have our books. The only thing was my Pony president asked me not to duplicate the book, just in case. So if I hand you a copy, things can't be edited. So I do have the book with me. It's just the book number for 2025. It goes to show what everything's spent on. Every dollar is accounted for. The money at the gate that we make, everything goes right back into the kids. We don't have any annually source of income as far as these kids. Our goal is we come in with nothing and we leave with nothing. Even if it means, when we send these kids to Louisiana or send them to McAllen, we pay as much as possible. The first year, when they did travel to Louisiana, they did travel to Laredo Super Regionals, we were able to cover all of the parents' gate entry fees. So when you do go to these Super Regionals, all that other stuff, Pony actually mandatory asks you to pay a lump sum instead of having a daily gate fee. And those run from anywhere from $350 to $500. The first year we were here, we were able to cover that. Last year, we didn't have enough to cover that, so parents had to come out of pocket for that.
And Mr. Salgado, during the times that you're not gonna be using the facilities, the fields are also available for other individuals to use, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's not just gonna be your, I think that if we do $100 a month, that would be okay.
Okay.
That's my position.
Second.
How many months are left?
He has March, April, May, and June, and July, 5 months.
So, going through our books,
last year, so my personal company ended up having to come out of pocket to pay for a bunch of stuff, especially for kids that couldn't afford the registration. This year, we did the raffle, and it brought a bunch of kids that never played before out of the woods to just, hey, well, now they got an opportunity to give it a chance because their parents or something couldn't afford the registration fee. We are the lowest registration fee in the area ever. We blow everybody out of the water by around $40.
And I'm glad you're saying that, Mr.
So-
Salgado, because I want to make sure that people are aware and enlightened. Obviously, you and I and your wife share a common that we're all over the place, right, with baseball and softball. But I wanted to enlighten this court that when you charge at the door, and we have complaints about you charging at the door, that you're charging $3, $5, I want to make it very clear to anybody that's watching, anybody that's here in the room, and the commissioners on this court, that $3 or $5, as you said, is not even nothing compared to when we travel to San Antonio, to Laredo, to even down the street in LaSalle County, who's comparative to us. Because, you know, the naysayers will say, well, San Antonio ain't Carrizo. Laredo ain't Carrizo. Right, but even down the road to LaSalle County, who's a comparative county to Dimmit County in terms of population, they charge 10, 12, 15 bucks at the door. So I just want people to see that your $3 for kids or $5 for adults is bare minimum. It's pennies.
Our rates are $3 for adults and $2 for kids.
So I just wanted to make that so that people,
Age of 6.
so that people can see.
The misconception actually is, I mean, I understand you're needing to retain some type of revenue to continue to operate, but what I was hearing a lot, people would approach and say, why is the county, they were thinking the county was charged.
Yes, and we were.
I'm sure everybody understands that it's gotta be clarified because we had nothing to do with the charge. If anything, we're here to help an organization like yours as much as we can for the kids. But when people do not understand it, this is the biggest problem I think I see in the small community. The facts are not there, they just go off of hearsay. Well, the county started, what are y'all doing with all that money? I'm like, wait a minute, you know, we gotta get your...
I think where the misconception comes from was when we first came in, and it just happened to be that there was no, it was just coincidence. It was the same year that the county took over the concession stand.
Right.
So we didn't have concession stand, and to be honest with you, we don't have the manpower to run a concession stand. I don't know if y'all know, but volunteers in Carrizo Springs is a dying breed. So it's kind of hard for me to just say, hey, will you volunteer to come, you know, put 3 to 4 hours, sell items so that we can profit to, you know, send these kids somewhere 3 or 4 hours of your day, you know, in the afternoon. And it's kind of difficult these days.
And I also appreciate that you understand that utilizing the facilities also costs money. I mean, you're aware you're a director of a baseball league, softball league, and you understand that anywhere, even you go to Eagle Pass, you go down to LaSalle, if you want to use our facilities, and the county has the county of LaSalle is the one that runs the Martinez one over in LaSalle. The city of Eagle Pass runs the one in Eagle Pass, and then the city of Crystal City runs, and the county runs the one in Crystal Zavala. And you guys are aware that everywhere you go, you have to pay some minimal fee. And I hope that with the $100 a month, you know, I wish that we could give our services free, but like Commissioner Talamantes said, we have overhead that we have to pay, and it has to come from somewhere, right? We have to get it from somewhere, and we try to do it on the front end by reducing the cost instead of having to do it on the back end with our taxpayers and increasing, because it's a business, right? And we have to pay for the light, we have to pay for the utilities. And it's, you know, we try to charge maybe something on the front end to limit the cost. Then at the end of the day, having to make all the taxpayers pay more taxes because we're trying to pay for light, water, and whatever else. So I appreciate that you guys are understanding, and that you guys understand that at any place you go, you're going to have to pay. Hopefully Dimmit County is at the lower end, because I know that Maverick County, to use their facilities over there, those turf fields, you're looking at $5,750 a month if you want to use them, and y'all know that. But thank you, and I have a motion. Where did Ms. McDonough go?
I think she stepped outside.
Can you get Ms. McDaniel, Chief? Yes.
And could I share, clarified right now, I asked her for clarification, she's saying $100 a month
Yes.
with no deposit fee.
Correct.
It'll be 5 months, $500, and
Yes.
I will make a contribution of $250 because I applaud you guys for everything that you guys do for the kids. It keeps these kids away from the streets and in bad habits. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have a motion by Commissioner Noguera to assess the amount at $100 per month, which is the equivalent of $500 for the 5-month period, the remaining 5-month period.
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Ms. McDaniel? 3.35, I have a motion by Commissioner Noguera and a second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. The item was passed unanimously to assess a $100 monthly fee, special monthly rate fee for the Youth Brush and Pony County League for the remainder 5-month period to total $500 a month. And then Commissioner Noguera will get with you guys in regards to her contribution. Thank you.
Thank you.
3.36, discussion and appropriate action to discuss possible action to clarify the previously approved $500 per month rental rate for youth use and to determine rental rate and policy guidelines for adult use for Alanis Field, Precinct 3.
Judge, on this one, we previously discussed the $500 rental rate for nonprofit organizations. However, the event coordinator is asking for clarification whether nonprofit only applies to youth leagues or if that also includes adult leagues.
It's nonprofit, just.
A nonprofit altogether.
As the definition is, the nonprofit, if it's for a nonprofit adult, nonprofit, because I think at that point we become
Yes.
biased and impartial that if you're a child or adult, because there is some nonprofits that,
Yes.
I know that there's a nonprofit for special needs, that there's adults that are part of that special needs, and we can't, I think that we would be being discriminatory if we say only nonprofit children can use it.
And I did discuss her on that, but we feel more comfortable asking for clarification from the court. We are also wanting to know that if an organization is considered nonprofit, will there be a monthly rate available for field use, or are they going to be required to pay the daily rate?
I think it depends if they're trying to use it for a monthly or they're trying to use it for a season. I mean, because I think
where it's stemming from, Judge, if I can kind of help a little bit, is we set the daily rate for $300 and then the monthly rate for nonprofit for $500. And when some people saw the contract, they wanted to see, well, if I rent it for the monthly rate, it would be better in saving them money rather than paying the daily rate, and they would have the field for the entire month. And so that's when they asked me, I said, I'm not too sure, because I know that the monthly rate was brought up to help those that are nonprofit in the area. And I don't know if a league that wants to run for an entire month, if they would be considered to have a monthly rate, or if we just have that special nonprofit rate to help out the nonprofits.
I think that there's a lot, this is a very loaded question. Again, going back, I look at it from a business perspective in a sense sometimes, because I remember, and I'll say it again, when we went to go visit the facilities in Eagle Pass, and I wish Mr. and Mrs. Salgado were still here because they could probably justify. If you go to Maverick County, to Eagle Pass, the city of Eagle Pass, and you want to rent the baseball fields over there for a tournament, they're going to charge you $750 for the weekend to use that. Because most of the time, a lot of these baseball individuals that are trying to bring tournaments here are nonprofit. They're for profit, very luxurious profit actually, and the city of Eagle Pass knows that. And so I know for a fact, like I said, if you look at the rates in Eagle Pass for if you're just for profit having a tournament, they'll charge you $750 for the weekend, because they're going to make way more than $750. I mean, in Eagle Pass they're charging $10 for a child, $12 at the door. Just that alone, you make it up, plus the fees that they charge for the teams to play. Nonprofit, I've never really looked into that. but I'm saying in comparison to other counties. So I think that this is a loaded question that maybe we can do some research and get a document together, Commissioner Talamantes, that.
I
we can-
honestly, on my standpoint, Judge, and I don't mean to cut you off, I apologize, on my standpoint, I think that the field has to generate funds somehow.
I agree.
And so my opinion would be that if a profit organization, considering how much money that they pull in, they be subjected to, using it for the daily rate. Now, if we wanted to, we can maybe come up with a rate to offer for weekend use. But I think like for a monthly use, it would be oxymoron on our part, and we'd be losing a lot of money considering how much funds they generate for profit organizations.
I agree. And I think that that's why, again, as I will stand with my position that when we were initially discussing having the county be in charge of the concession stand, the ultimate goal was to generate some revenue to cover the overhead costs, so that we wouldn't put it on our taxpayers down the road, because we have to pay the light and water somehow. Like, I mean, the only way that this county survives, obviously, for us to pay our employees and pay the light and water and everything here, internet, is we have to collect taxes, right? It's a business. And so I think that was the position. But I think what would be good, Commissioner Talamantes, and obviously I know that Ms. Villarreal is under Commissioner Odena, but I'm sure you guys can work together to maybe perhaps garnishing comparative prices from different other counties and cities, and see what's comparable and what's compatible, so that when we actually make a decision, we can put that out there to our constituents and tell them, like, we're doing this because of this, not because we're trying to rip anybody off or make a profit, like Commissioner Odena said, but so that we can educate our constituents as to why we're doing it the way that we're doing it, and we're trying to be more cost efficient on the front end than later on the back end with taxes. I think that would be a good idea.
So we can just motion this table it stands. We got the clarification that you were needing nonprofit classifies as nonprofit, whether it's a child or an adult. And then what we can do is maybe we can look at some of those areas around and maybe come up with a weekend rate, and then see what best suits, and then we can go from there. But I think as far as a monthly rate, I don't think that this court, or at least me, I'm not for offering a monthly rate for, they're gonna profit off of it. Did you get our clarifications? You had any more?
Yes, no, that was it.
I
Okay.
have a motion to table by Commissioner Talamantes.
Or no action, right? Because it's not, I'm gonna read it.
Okay, no action. 3.37, discussion of appropriate action to present and choose internet for Petrie Building Precinct 3.
So Judge, as Commissioner said earlier, we did present 3 options for the Petrie building. I know that I said that nobody had moved into the building. We only had 2 people that were occupying the building, and they said that it was because of a connection issue. If you look at the attachments that I provided, it was EM3 that was provided to Commissioner. There was also a building-to-building connect, but I think after talking about with Mr. Mendez, they decided that the building-to-building wouldn't be suitable for that building. And then we had the AT&T quote. On the third one, these are after the fact. This is after what was submitted to Commissioner. This one is an AT&T proposal for all areas in Dimmit County that Javi has been working on, or Mr. Castaneda, sorry, has been working on, and it kind of gives you a breakdown on what each building would cost to connect the internet service there. And then we got this one at the last minute and decided to bring it as well. It was a resound for the Petrie building. I don't know if you contacted them to ask for a quote, but we thought it best to bring it to court so that way you can have clear options out of the internet connections that you have.
To be whatever the fastest and whatever is more efficient for the county, because right now we're meeting from the old courthouse, and from 8 to 8:30 or so in the morning, we're okay. You can use the internet, you can print, you can do whatever you need. Come 4:30, you can do the same, but from 8:30, once everybody gets in their office, they turn on the computers and all that, our service is so slow.
So, I mean, it's up to you, at your discretion. I just
Whatever
whatever.
Mr. Castaneda recommends is not coming.
So what is the recommendation, Mr. Castaneda, for us to, so we can, get it going?
For now, I think we should go with the, I think I gave it to you, the AT&T Mega Range.
This one.
It'll give you a connection. It's similar to like a hotspot, but it's a little bit more.
Is this
powerful.
cost effective, Mr. Castaneda?
Yes, because if we eventually get them a proper internet service like AT&T, the traditional fiber or something like that, then we can just reuse this and this can actually be
Hold
used.
on. I'm sorry about that, Mr. Truppi. We don't have the price quote for the mega range. So the mega range is basically what the deputies use to be able to get internet from all around. So it's like a supercharged hotspot. And she would be able to get internet, but we didn't get that in price quote. It would be the easiest and fastest solution that he said that would be available to you. Yeah, but we don't have a quote for that one. What we do have a quote is for the AT&T.
Quote, isn't this the monthly quotes?
This one is for, you see the sheriff's office, jail, the annex, the financial building. This has all the areas in the county that need internet access, and this is how much AT&T will charge us per building if we group them together. The only hiccup with this one is we can't pick and choose what departments. It has to be a group contract that they get. But what he's recommending to her to get up moving quicker is basically a supercharged hotspot this time.
And it's about $1,000.
How much?
$1,000.
But the
$1,000 a month or? A month?
No, just for the device, per month, it'll be like $37.99 a month.
$1,000 for the device?
Yes,
But the county keeps that.
but the county keeps it.
The county keeps that. That's just the quickest thing to
I
get
know,
it
but
quicker.
it's like a hotspot?
Yes.
Is it made out of gold?
It can reach up to like towers about like 20 miles away.
It would resolve the problem.
If it's gonna resolve the problem, then we will
Yes.
put it
So
on
long
the
as
courts
you
to
don't
approve.
like stream Netflix or anything like that, then you should be fine.
But that would be the
But that's
quickest.
just temporary, right?
Yes.
Yes, she still has to select an internet option based on the quotes that we presented. But it would be the simplest thing. So if you want it like tomorrow, to make moves tomorrow, then he can order you the supercharged hotspot. But if you want to wait for an internet connection, just pick one and we'll get it done.
Well, I think in the interest of getting the Petrie building more operable for everybody, not just Commissioner Rubalcaba, I think for everybody, and then also to assist, if Ms. Miranda has to transition, that we go ahead and get the supercharge right now, and then get us the final quotes, and get the final quotes for it to be permanent. And for right now, so that she can fully be operable at the Petrie, and if Mr. Pereira needs to move over there as well already, or whatever the case might be, I would recommend respectfully to this court that we allow Javi to get that supercharge.
Once we purchase that $1,000 hotspot, can we return it or can we cancel it or we're gonna have to keep it?
No,
You can keep it and we can actually repurpose it for other buildings.
So
Like you could use it for the landfill if you had wanted to.
I was about to say, I would advise you to purchase it through our budget, through the IT budget, so that way if any other office goes
It'll belong
down,
to the IT, yeah.
if any other office goes down, you have something available to bring them up and running. So like if another department goes down, but you need the internet connection right away, at least you have something while you sort out that issue and that department doesn't go, unconnected.
Yes.
Judge, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Mr. Castaneda, how long will it take to become permanent as far as service? How long will the process take to get
Once we get-
permanent?
Once I get the device, it would just be.
No, not in, because they're talking about, this is supposed to be a.
The regular.
Yeah.
Oh, the regular.
If we get AT&T?
How long do you got?
It usually takes like a couple weeks to get a
So, and
technician.
how long have we been lagging, or have we been dealing with this situation? Because if we're gonna spend $1,000, why don't you just go through a process of getting the permanent
Well,
internet?
why haven't we done it yet?
That's what-
That answers your question, right?
Go through a process, get the permanent, whatever it costs, we're gonna have to get it.
Yeah.
Correct?
It was put through court to approve the connection, and we did provide quotes for them, but it was put through court January 27, 2025, to connect the utilities, and it was approved.
So it's been a year.
Yes.
It's been a year and we've been waiting because we didn't move in right there and then. It took us several months to move in.
Yes.
because of the water and the light issue.
So
But
what,
then Javi,
what internet are they using right now?
I
Yes,
remember
because
everything.
the quotes were given,
Got them Spectrum.
it was Spectrum, because we then went with Mr. Pereira. Mr. Pereira suggested we couldn't do any AT&T or Spectrum because there was a bill from the CSA building still owed $29,000. That's why we couldn't get Spectrum.
Why has that been clear?
Well, it's not the county, it's,
Okay, but why has Commissioner Lucava not been able to get internet?
because Spectrum won't allow us because.
Okay, well, if we're not going Spectrum, he's saying AT&T.
She didn't pick another one, she wanted Spectrum, she was holding out for Spectrum, because she
Well,
wanted for the Spectrum to get connected.
The Spectrum at the time would have been the better offer.
Yes, it would have been the better offer, so she wanted that one, so we waited a year, but
Not a year, it was a few months because we didn't move in till after several months. And then we did the AT&T.
I just feel like we continue to spend more and like here's another 1,000.
Going in circles.
Yeah, and what?
So if it's not Spectrum, then it's AT&T, let's go with AT&T. Why are we gonna be waiting for Spectrum if obviously Mr. Pereira doesn't seem to feel like we're gonna get anything
so
fixed
then maybe
with
we should look
Spectrum?
at the AT&T proposal for all the county departments and look at that to see if that's something that we want to do, because if we want to connect it for all of them, which to me, I'm recommending that we do that because we would have one point of contact for our internet service. So if something goes down, we're not going to sit there having to say, well, who do you have for internet or who do you have for internet? I suggest that we do the connection for all the counties to make it consistent. I do understand where Commissioner Uranda is coming from, that we have been waiting a while. I'm not going to comment on how long it's been waiting. I just know from when it was approved. And from my standpoint, I did make sure that Javi submitted some quotes to you. I did know that you were waiting for the Spectrum, but it didn't seem like we were making any progress on that level.
I went several times when he gave it to me. I went with Mr. P to get it going, what I needed to do, and he said, hold on, because there's still a pending dollar amount on it with Spectrum, with the company when they built CSA.
So your motion is to go with AT&T?
Correct.
I have a motion by Commissioner Uranda.
Are we gonna do the group rates, or are we just
Second.
doing the?
We can work on just getting them connected now, and then we'll join everything after.
Second, Judge.
I got a second, thank you Commissioner Carmona. I got a second by Commissioner Arnold. I have a motion by Commissioner Uranda and a second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona to start the process to get the supercharge with AT&T and then thereafter move on Mr. Castañeda to add the actual internet.
Yes.
Thank you.
I understood that he didn't want to go with the supercharger, just go straight to the 18.
No, he's saying to do what needs to be done right now to start them.
To get it
That's,
permanent, to get it done permanent.
He doesn't want the supercharger.
so you don't want the supercharger
No,
then?
no, because that's what I'm saying, we keep spending money, and it's just always temporary, what's going around.
Okay, so how long is it gonna take you, Mr. Castañeda, to get what needs to be so Commissioner Rukawa can have internet at the Petrie building?
But she has internet connection right now, it's just slow, because she's beaming from the courthouse.
So will it be,
A couple
is
weeks to get a
it,
technician
it'll
out,
be
and
fast
they
enough,
still might need
Commissioner?
to.
So,
The temporary, we can put it, but my thing is, what we need fast internet, because Maribel with her softwares and all that, we need constant internet. It's been lacking, so we need to make sure, that's what I'm saying, if we can do a temporary, the $1,000 one, and get it going as of tomorrow, get it going, if that's what you're saying, it can get done by tomorrow, and then we do the permanent fix, or how long is it gonna take for either?
because if it's gonna take you a week to do to get the supercharge, and it's gonna take you a week and 2 days to do the permanent one, well, you might as well forego the supercharge of paying that $1,000, and we just go with a week and 2 days to get the permanent.
Can I ask you a question, Javi?
Yes.
Do you have any other, of those mobile hotspots in the county that maybe deputy's not using right now?
No, they're all using older ones actually,
They're older ones?
but those are a different brand. This one is specifically a device that you can actually, leave at a site.
So how long did you say it'll take you to get the permanent one?
To get probably a technician to do a survey down here, a couple of weeks.
How long will it take to get her permanent internet there from start to finish?
Probably upwards to a month.
We've been waiting a year.
Veterans Affair comes March 13th, just for the record.
I can't believe we're going on.
Because we should be good. I mean, we should be good. You do what you have to do. We've been with this internet for a month, for a year, going on a year, or less than a year, I'm sorry. So do the permanent one. If we can get the hotspot, do the permanent one. We'll wait. It's not gonna cost us, I mean, we've been waiting this long. If the Veterans Affairs comes, we can just tell them we're working on it. Very simple. It'll get done as soon as it gets done. As soon as we get it internet, we move Ms. Miranda to the picture building. Thank you.
Thank you.
So your motion is for the permanent one?
Permanent process.
But honestly, I don't.
Go ahead, Commissioner. You can always oppose Commissioner Talamantes.
I don't have an issue with it, I don't have a problem with it. My issue was that we had two people in there that the building wasn't getting utilized. And when I brought that up, that's when Commissioner said, well, it was because of the internet. This is why I brought this agenda up. But technically, if we do buy the supercharge, we don't need to bring it to Commissioner's Court because it doesn't meet the limits. And if we're gonna utilize it for all the other departments, just in case, I do think that it would be the best to get it, to set it up. But I understand where Commissioner Abdullah is coming from and saying, it's like we're buying a Band-Aid to then hold us over until the next Band-Aid, and we've been waiting for about a year.
If you buy that, you don't have to put it through Commissioner's Court, but it'll be efficient to be used elsewhere once it's needed.
So
That's something that you or your department can purchase and put it in our office if you want, because that doesn't have to go to Commissioner's Court. But what I'm saying, we need something permanent.
We will work on getting something permanent, Commissioner. If you want to go with the AT&T, I'll work on it.
That's the motion, Commissioner Talamantes.
Can I just ask for clarification? Are we going for the singular internet connection, or are we gonna do for the whole county? Are we gonna group the rates?
As of right now, it's just the picture building, that's the agenda.
So just connect hers, and then later on, if we choose to do the group rate, hopefully they can just roll us onto another contract. Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.38, discussion and appropriate action to rescind all motions for all Diamond H Road projects from Precinct 4 as quality of work is questionable, including fence lines built for Briscoe Ranch, as we were informed and believed it was to be a Dimmit County fence through court by Commissioner Precinct 4.
I want to make a clarification. I've never mentioned that Briscoe Ranch fence was ours. It was the second, we did the big change order that I said that belonged to us, and then I brought it back and it didn't. That was the Ike Perkins or the Little Ranch. Never did I mention Mr. Briscoe's fence to be ours, for clarification.
So I was a little confused on this agenda item because when we first saw it, it was for change order number 5, which was you said it's Mr. Perkins? Okay, so for Ike Perkins. So this was the one that brought my attention to the change orders of the Diamond H Road. So when we saw the amount for $27,000, I clearly remember asking, Commissioner Rubalcaba, $20,000 seemed a little high for a mile-long fence. And I did think that we could do it or construct a fence line through our county workers. At that point, I remember Commissioner Carmona got upset and says, you have the workers, and he said we did. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I was one that did agree to it the last time because when I turned over and I looked at her, she did say that it was grant funds. So I always thought that the price of the fence was a lot. We went ahead and did that one, and I thought that we would have
Let me clarify for you. The $27,000 fence is not for the first one. The first one was $36,000.
Yes.
The first fence was $36,000. The second fence is a $27,000 that has not been approved, given the fact that the work was questionable.
Yes.
But the first, are you talking about that you voted yes for the first one based on your recollection, because I'm confused?
Yeah, and I was very confused, and me too. I had to go find all the minutes, and I had to find everything, because whenever I said okay to the little side fence, the one that's supposed to be generated, and I said okay, then I asked her, is it a Dimmit County fence? She said yes. I said, okay, like if it's a Dimmit County fence and it's $27,000 and you don't want the county employees to do it and you're paying for it from grant funds, then fine, I'm not gonna tell you what to do on your end. So I went and said, okay, like I agreed to it. If you wanna pay $27,000 for it, it belongs to Dimmit County, I'll go ahead and say. So I will say that, I will validate you, and I will say that probably for Bristol, because I don't remember that conversation much, and I haven't been able to go back to the videos to see actually what was said and done on the Bristol side. But when we approved change order number 5.
That is the Briscoe.
I know, but no, when we approved change order number 5, that's when I started to say, well, if there's fence line is not up, then what fence line is up? We were here in court and Commissioner McGovern told me, well, y'all guys approved it through Commissioner's Court.
The first fence.
The first fence line.
That first fence line was 36,000.
Yes, ma'am. So
Not
when I went through all the change orders, I went to go look to see who approved the first fence line. So the first fence line that was done for the Briscoe side was $36,000. That one was put through court, that one was approved. I will be the first to tell you that I did not catch this one. I was so confused when we got to the change order number 5 to see that there was 2 fence lines on that road. Again, I will point out that she is 100% correct. I asked if the fence line was a Dimmit County fence line for change order number 5, but I don't remember the conversation on the Briscoe fence line for the 36. So that's why I had to go through all the change orders.
I think as far as I recall, and Commissioner Ureza and Commissioner Carmona, you can correct me, as far as I understood, both fence lines were Dimmit Counties. That's why we built.
Never was it brought up if it was or if it wasn't. I brought it, it was submitted for Commissioner's Court to do the change order. It was sent to Commissioner's Court. You were attached in the emails and the backup. We were here in Commissioner's Court. And none of you asked me if it's a county fence or not. Only on the second, when it was the change order number 5, when you asked me.
And you told us
And I said yes. And then on the second Commissioner's Court, that was later on, then I came back, it was put, now I guess it was done by Mr. Urenda, that he put it back in there where it was a mistake, I'm not too sure. And then they asked, and I said yes, and then I went back to check, and it wasn't. So that's when I clarified with you guys in Commissioner's Court that it wasn't a county fence. The county road is ours, but not the fence. That's the clarification I made. And then we did the change order for number 5, it was approved, but then it was brought back to get it not.
That's the Briscoe.
No,
it's a little side.
So 5 is the $36,000 one.
5 is the $27,000 one.
Change order number 1 was the Briscoe Ranch.
So that video you showed us last Commissioner's Court, what is that one?
That's the fence.
That's change order number 1.
Manager.
Yes.
There's pictures though too in your pamphlet of the condition of the road.
So the second fence has not yet been constructed. It's clear, ready for construction upon approval. However, because we recognize that the fence is privately owned, we rescinded the motion to use funds, county funds to build the fence. So obviously, if the first fence has already been constructed, it's obvious that it does not belong to the county. The way it was presented to Commissioner's Court was amongst other items, which to include time, the addition of time to the contract. At no point did we ever discuss who the fence belonged to, because as we sit here, we're leaning to believe that the commissioner requesting the request is aware of the situation. Okay, so that's how it all transpired. Once we realized that the second fence, that's when the question came up, and more than likely because it was a single change order. There wasn't any other attachments to it.
The change order, I'm sorry, Mr. Dem, the change order number 1 was just for the fence. There was nothing else attached to it.
I believe change order number 1, Mr. Hale sent it to us, and there's time, is that correct?
Yeah, it was time to extend time.
I think the second one had the additional time frame on it.
So if you look, this is how change order number 1 was presented to us, and it's all grouped in together. This is how change order number 2 was addressed to us, and it's clear. It's not piled up together. This is how change order number 3 was presented to us. This is how change order number 4 was presented to us. And then when we got to 5 was also done like this. This is when it caught my attention. And so I have a hard time believing, Commissioner, that I can understand a simple formal mistake. Believe me, I can understand it was a lack of judgment, but what I don't understand is if we saw change order number 1, and that was done on April 28th, 2025, and I mean, that'd been enough time to know that that fence line did not belong to Dimmit County, or that it could not possibly belong to Dimmit County. I even asked the engineer the last time that we were here, and he said that both fence lines were taken down 2 to 3 weeks apart. So I don't understand how we let change order number 1 go by, and I will admit to you, and I will be woman enough to know that it got past me. I didn't know that there was a second fence line there. I was so confused. But why did we not see the second change order to the fence line until December 8th is the first time that we saw it, and then we brought it back again a second time. So it's like I can kind of excuse the accident the first time, but doing it the second time and then telling us the second time that the fence line does belong to Dimmit County, because you are right, you never said nothing on the Fresco because I never asked you. But when we got to the change order number 5, which is the fence line on the other side, how did you not know that that fence line did not belong to Dimmit County?
Because there was two fences, so I figured that I was under the assumption, oh, I believed it was ours until I went back and I checked and it wasn't ours. That's when I came back and I told you guys in Commissioner's Court that I made a mistake. It's not ours. It does not belong to us. It belongs to the landowner.
Because, and I'm just gonna be extremely candid with you, it just feels like you got away with the first fence line, so then you shot for the second one, because even when you look at the quality of work, Briscoe side, and the video, Briscoe side shows that that whole area does not improve any drainage issue. But on the other side that we just approved, the $27,000, I can see where the work construction would be able to improve the drainage issue there. That just doesn't happen on the Briscoe side, because it looks like everything was just done and left there, and y'all didn't touch anything more on it. So that's what I'm saying. If you left that side on that condition because you realized after the fact that it wasn't your property line and it wasn't your fence line, then why did we begin on the second one? Because at that point, if you saw that this fence line wasn't yours, then I would have been my first question on the second one before I took it down 2 or 3 weeks apart. Because then you would have had to contact the landowner and get approval from the landowner before you took down that fence. And again, we're looking at a month's different time. So if it happened again in April that we saw the first one, 2 to 3 weeks later, then you said, but we don't see that fence line come back until December 8th. But 2 to 3 weeks should also be enough time for you to realize that that first fence line wasn't yours and there needed to be a process that you took.
I'm not hiding anything.
I'm not saying
No,
you're not.
I'm just letting you all know, because that's the way you guys are assuming or telling me. There was nothing illegal that I did. I didn't do anything wrong. The way it was put through Commissioner's Court, that's just the way the process it was done. That's the way it was done when we get the change orders. They're working on it, they do the change orders. We submit to Commissioner's Court.
Because, and also too, and I know that they submitted for payment of that thing, where's the inspection form?
The inspection form doesn't get done until we finish the process.
We already got submitted for payment, because if you look at the condition of the road too, and we go to the pictures, you can see where the quality of work that we got, and then also too, like the roads that's already been rocked out. So we already had a lot of chipping, and how much was this whole work, Judge? 900 and what thousand? And this one was the one that was really concerning to me, because look at the cement, how the cement was poured, and how there's no like clear contact there.
This is what they did the road. They're going back. Tomorrow we meet with Bella Paving to see the process, what needs to be done. You all need to understand that Diamond Age is a hard core for oil field trucks. I mean, we've done the project, we just did it to where, not to where it's passable. Now it was a 1-lane, now it's a 2-lane road. I have the sheriff and I have the deputies that can say, if there was only one car that could pass, you have to move to the side to be able to pass by. We did it the best that we could with the funding that we have, and the traffic is bad. I notice it, the material is going down there, yes, but that's the traffic that we get down there. They're coming here tomorrow to meet with me to see what needs to be done to fix it before they finish the project, because they're not done yet.
So have they submitted for payment already of this road?
They submitted for payment when they're done on the projects.
But have they?
The last one, they're not done yet.
So, because I was informed
They're
that,
coming back.
because I was informed that they already submitted payment.
They submitted payment, yes, they did, but they got it, no, because we are going back to see what needs to be done.
Okay, on my end, I think that should rescind all motions to make sure that Dimmit County is just receiving the quality of work that we deserve. I
So
think
you're
that
talking about rescinding from the first one, the 36,000?
the whole road.
So
And
that means that, Mr. Hell and Vega Paving would have to reimburse us for whatever payments we've made them already.
We can't do that. They already done the work. They're trying to finish the work to better it.
And then I'm open to that, like if you're saying like to have to pay it back, okay, but we need to stop payment before we make sure that we release any more funds to make sure that it's the quality we deserve.
There's no other payment. We're waiting. We
Wait a
can't.
minute, we built the fence, a private fence, with taxpayers' money, correct?
Correct.
Is that not an illegal process? I mean, I think last time I checked it was. Why are we going around in circles? Did we not build a private fence with government funds? That's my question. Okay, and if we can do it, I'm not saying it can't be done, but there's gotta be a process. And if we discussed this last time with the engineer, there's gotta be proper documentation, request from the landowner agreeing to it, and then it runs through Commissioner's Court and we say, yes, if everybody's good with it, let's do it.
If you're concerned that there's been an illegal act, and you need to file a report with the sheriff's department, they need to investigate the incident and take the matter from there.
I understand, Mr. Gonzalez, but we're speaking here in open, so if the concern is there, wouldn't somebody pick up on it, or does somebody have to actually go in and identify it?
The problem is that, some of you are being interrogated, and that's not the purpose of this board. You discuss the items, and you can come to a resolution, and
Okay.
not, you move on. You table it and move on, but we're not here to interrogate one another. If you feel somebody's, and I've told you this before, that's committed an act, we contact the sheriff's office. If you want a meeting with me and the sheriff, we've done that before, and then it's up to him to finish the investigation and then report it to either my office or to the district attorney's office for prosecution if there's a criminal act.
Understood?
I've asked Mr. P, I met with Mr. Pereira. I even called legal counsel because I wanted to make sure if I did something wrong to let me know so there's a way that we can clear it and fix it so we can do it.
So,
And this is why this is my approach, Commissioner, exactly what she just said. This is why this is my approach, because I called legal counsel too, and the first thing that they were recommending for me was to call the Texas Rangers. But again, I'm not willing to sit here and discuss everything that you're doing, but I want to know clarification on what is being done, because it's not right for you to put things through court like that.
Commissioner, you address the court, not the other commissioner. And the other thing is, when you're saying you want to stop payment, the ultimate call on whether payments are made is the auditor. If he feels there's something that has not been done appropriately, he can say no. That's his call. If you don't like his call and you want to take it further, and you feel there's a criminal act, then you call the sheriff, give him your information, let him investigate it, and let chips fall where they fall. So that's simple. But to sit here and interrogate one commissioner, the other, you did this, you did that,
So I have a question for you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir.
If we were to take action in the court and move forward with this, because I'm with you, I want to clear it up and move forward. If we were to take action in this court and move forward with it and
You're stopping an entire project, delaying the project even further. If I'm not mistaken, correct me, it's just about further delays. And if the final down payment has not been drawn and approved by the auditor, then we've got time to say, we're not paying for that, and these are the reasons. Let the sheriff investigate, then we move on.
May I address the court, Judge?
Go ahead, Mr.
I think I have, Commissioner Ruokawa contacted my office for the record, Keith Franklin, representing Dimmit County. And I think there is a simple solution to the situation, and it's up to you. Yes, sir.
Can we wait till the commissioner gets back?
Of course.
Because I want her to hear this.
Whatever you'd like.
That way there won't be, I missed that information, so can we ask for a recess?
I will take a 5-minute recess. Thank you very much.
Are we spending public funds for private benefit? And the way that this is handled in the past, and we're not in an executive session, so I don't want to get into any attorney-client stuff, but the common way to handle these are through the use of a settlement agreement. So what you do is you go to the landowners individually, you say, you know, you've got a potential property damage claim against the county. That's what this is right now. So if you do nothing, the county is exposed to potential liability if we just leave fences down that were taken down. It is what it is. But if you enter into a settlement agreement and what you buy for the money that you're gonna spend in the change order to replace the fence, what you're getting is a release of claims from the landowner. So it eliminates any property damage claim that you might have against the county. There is a waiver of sovereign immunity. I think it's up to $100,000 for claims against the county for property damage. It's like a county truck gets in a wreck or something like that, and it's our fault. That's why that's there. This is a similar situation. So you can do it through a settlement agreement. I've negotiated those plenty of times. I know the attorneys that represent Mr. Briscoe very well in Laredo. I don't know the other landowner who's involved here, but it's usually a simple process that we're able to work out because your landowners want to see that they want the road project to continue. They want to work with the county. They want to help facilitate these things, and that's the way that we can do it as a body legally. So that would be my recommendation for how we would proceed without having to stop progress on the project or going back to a square one.
Because I still have a concern with the property owner not giving authorization, and when you look at the quality of work, you can clearly see how on one side it was kind of left disheveled and everything. On the little side, I would agree that a letter to be provided to the court saying that they allowed that. I would agree on that side, which is the second fence line that hasn't gotten up, because that quality of work is, I'm not gonna say great because there's still concerns on that side that I see with the road. But it's a lot better as far as improving the drainage through the vegetation removal and sloping it out. On the Briscoe side, I do not see that done. It literally looks like dirt is just thrown everywhere, almost as if they took down the fence line and then got reprimanded or somebody had something to say about it, and so they just went and put up another fence line, but didn't touch or improve any other structures. And exactly what you're just saying right now is if we can go contact the landowner as somebody that sits in this Dimmit County chair, that is my goal, to make sure that we don't bring a lawsuit to us, and that is my main concern, to make sure that that doesn't happen. We also agreed, and Commissioner agreed the last time, that the process, and I said it directly to you because y'all guys tell me all the time, why are we having a conversation if it's not broke, this and this and this? And I remember at the end of that conversation, I did direct you and I said, this is why healthy conversations need to be had. Whether they're uncomfortable, however it may seem, but at the end of the day, we are never gonna fix what's the policies and what's wrong with our procedures unless we start to have open communication about what it is and share in the frustrations and the struggles that we have. Right now, it feels like everybody's created a little empire and nobody has remembered that we have to work together as one Dimmit County. Like I said, when I did reach out to legal, I was informed that it was an illegal act, could have gone that route, but at the end of the day, I'm more concerned with making sure that Dimmit County is receiving a quality of work that we deserve. And it's not something that we're just putting up there because we didn't ask any questions, we didn't go out and inspect. I know, again, from other roads that we have, an inspection report needs to be done to be able to release the funds. That was never done. I was very confused as to change order number 1 to change order number 5, and then you look at the time frame between them, and what it's saying is if you knew when you took down the first fence line that you made a mistake, and if you look at the quality of work, it clearly shows where she knew that she made a mistake. Then you waited 2 to 3 weeks later to take down the other fence line, and that landowner may have been approving of that and been wanting that change, because if I was the landowner out there and we were gonna drive into my gate, into my ranch, I would want it to look more better and more presentable. But the fact of the matter is that we did not contact, to my acknowledgement, the first landowner, and they got left with a quality that doesn't look good on Dimmit County, that doesn't look representing of us. You look at the whole condition of the road, we're dealing with issues. And it still poses my concern that if we are not receiving, or we're not humble enough to go and ask anybody else on this board for advice, because the first thing that I did this year was learning my roads was I went to Commissioner Urenda, because he's used to work for TechStop. He provided us forms and saying that the road conditions have to be comparable to what TechStop is doing. Anybody on this board can tell you that me and Brenda, it's touch and go. We get along sometimes, we don't get along. But I'm willing to swallow my pride to ask for his advice on something that I know he has an extensive knowledge on to make sure that Dimmit County is receiving the product that we deserve. If we're not able to do that and we just come up here and we put things on the agenda and we try to bypass them and approve them of that such, then how are we learning from our mistakes? Because again, I can play the video again, but I will refrain from doing that unless requested. One side of the road, horrible condition. Other side of the road, I can see where it was done. But at the same time, if you told us on the 5th change order that the fence line did belong to Dimmit County, and you know on the 1st change order that the fence line did not belong to Dimmit County, why didn't we double check and verify before we took down that second fence? That's what I don't understand.
And before final approval is given on the project, if you have those questions, they should be tabled and have legal counsel handling some work, review those issues. So you won't be getting into this heated discussion. And then upon proper advice, then you can proceed with the agenda item, whether it's legal or not. And I like the settlement agreement idea, but I think that where we can, it needs to be a mutual release of any and all claims, not just one-sided, because
Now you're stuck on the other side.
Because what we don't want is, if we get sued, then we have to file a counter petition for improvements on the landowner's land that they didn't consent to, just to try to protect ourselves with a counterclaim. And it's just gonna be costing litigation instead of resolving it the way civil counsel has proposed. So, any issues regarding this, since I'm told there's about $90,000 still on the project that hasn't been paid down, those issues can still be looked at and then resolved once final approval is given on each specific portion of the road. In the meantime, they can work on the settlement agreements and mutual release from both parties, even if we have immunity to a certain amount, because we want to avoid a costly lawsuit at all costs.
I have a question, Mr. Keel. The second sign on change order number 5, did you get any documentation where the landowner agreed to the improvements of the road?
Oh, sure, go ahead. I'm Dan Hale with Haley. As far as improving the road?
Yes, you remember the last time that we spoke, you said typically that the landowner releases a form allowing the construction of the road on their private property. And typically that you would do it. In some situations, the commissioners would do it, but typically you would do it. So on the little side, is there a letter submitted to you allowing the work that happened there?
No, and typically, I think for clarity, the last time I was here, I said it's really the county and the owner's responsibility to obtain right-of-way and negotiate. We don't do that. I'm not a right-of-way specialist, I'm not legal counsel. So it's
Mr.
typically.
Powell, when you say it's the owner and the county's duty to,
The owner is you all. Well, in the past, judge and commissioners, what we've done in the last 15 years or so, I've worked with the county, each commissioner went and talked to the landowner and then would convey that information to me and say, okay, this is what we need to do. I've talked to the landowner. In the past, we've had some problems, or some of the landowners don't want to give you written permission to get on, but they'll do a verbal agreement. I think when this occurred, the commissioner went and met with the landowner to talk about it. But we don't usually do that because I'm not a right-of-way specialist.
Because the last time you were here, we were under the impression that it wasn't her responsibility, and that's why I let off a little bit to think like, okay, if it wasn't hers, and typically it was done through your counsel, through your office, then we couldn't really put that back on her to say it should have been your place. But I know that there is paper documentation that should be submitted, because I know that she said that that would help out a lot in the long run. When you go look at the conditions of the roads, could you see the difference between the Briscoe side and the Little side?
Well, what we will do, okay, is in regards to the final acceptance of the project, is the contractor hadn't called for substantial completion walkthrough yet. So they're still not done with the project. Now, what I was able to do is talk to the project superintendent, the field superintendent, as well as their project manager at Vega Paving. And they did shoot the locations of the poles of the old fence line. And that's how they reestablished the fence line on the Briscoe property.
Because the fence line is still crooked.
yeah.
Well,
With that first fence line, Mr. L, that was already approved, that was already paid, Do they send, does Vega Paving send that to you to show you, the completion work? I mean, because you and I discussed this the last time.
Right.
That work is not acceptable. And obviously, at the end of the day, we all know, everybody that sits here knows that I approve a PO, but then after it goes from my office to approve the PO, it goes to Mr. Pereira's, and he's the one that ultimately approves that final PO. And you have a comment, Mr. Gonzalez, to say? You have a comment?
I do. I made it to Mr. Pereira,
Oh, okay. I didn't know you were trying to make a comment to the court.
but I can.
What I was trying to say was that Mr. Pereira's office makes that final approval, and so my question is that, was your office, gave him the pictures, like, because,
You wanna see pictures of it?
well, I got the pictures from Commissioner Talamantes, she gave us those pictures, but the quality of work, how can we justify that quality of work, and how did Mr. Pereira approve the PO? I mean, we get questioned and interrogated on all kinds of things all the time. When we put POs, I even interrogate my colleagues on POs and why they're putting POs. So I'm just wondering why the quality of work for that specific fence line wasn't put into question.
When we heard this at the last meeting 2 weeks ago, I brought it to the attention of the contractor, and they said they're willing to meet. In fact, I think they called the commissioner at the time, and they're gonna, if there's issues with the fence, they said they would take care of it and fix it. So that's where we're at right now with that fence line. That fence line, I can't remember when they requested the payment for that fence, but
But they've been paid.
I'd have to go look. I don't get copies of the checks that y'all pay the contractor.
Because now we're past the fence line. Now we're past the fence line. The fence line was questionable, and that's what brought my curiosity to the project. And I will be the first to tell you, I trusted her wholeheartedly. She's been doing this for 12 years. 12 years, Commissioner? 12 years. I honestly, on this board, I give her more credit than I've ever given anybody else, because I think it's admirable for her to be the first female commissioner in Dimmit County and to make waves. It didn't come to my realization that I cannot always trust the respect of other people and their quality of work, because going out there and looking at it, we're past the fence line. The road, the condition of the road does not improve drainage issue. All that rain is gonna do is slope back down. So if you cannot find a way to improve the drainage issue, the fence line is the least thing to worry about, because now you're gonna have all that water running into the road, and all the cracks that are currently there, it's just gonna seep under, and it's gonna continue to break up the road. So I know that we started the conversation on the fence line, but we are past the fence line at this point, because again, Briscoe side to Little side, two completely different qualities of work. I will take pride and ownership of what happened on the Little side, because that is the quality of work that we should be providing. And that's not to say giving it my full inspection of approval, because there's still issues on that side that are still causing concern to me. But on the Briscoe side, even if you do fix the fence, you're still not improving the drainage issue. And that road is still gonna be compromised in the long run because of that drainage issue not being done. Another thing that Mr. Gonzalez said, where he said, okay, we can settle out of court and ask the homeowners. Okay, to me, it looked like one of them got upset, so we did the fence line for the other person. What's gonna happen if they figure out that one side is getting a settlement out of us? So now are we gonna be accountable for paying out 2 settlements? Because we didn't get written documentation?
Yeah, I'd just be speculating if I tried to answer that, Commissioner, but in regards to the road criteria we use similar criteria that we've adopted with the county over the last 10 or 15 years. It certainly can't meet TxDOT criteria. If you're going to start demanding TxDOT design roadways, we're going to go from $150 a foot to maybe $1,500 a foot to build roads. 70% of that area of that particular project is in flood hazard FEMA area. So it's going to flood. It's going to be underwater. In some areas of that road, it's 2 or 3 foot underwater. The purpose of this project was try to expand the road from the single lane to 24 foot approximately. And a lot of the right of way was less than 20 feet. In some instances, we probably had about 35 to 32 foot of right of way. So in order to improve the drainage in there, you'd have to elevate that road. You'd have to spend a heck of a lot of funds. Now, is it improved? Yes. We put new improved drainage structures at the low spots where we could get bar ditches. We put that in. We tried to raise the road in some areas a couple of feet. This is what we've been doing on the Dominate Ranch Road, but eventually, everything that goes through that area, that road's gonna be 3 or 4 foot, maybe 2 or 3 foot underwater for a good significant portion of it. And the commissioner and I even talked way back when we were looking at this, of trying to find ways to get that drainage to move faster away from the road. But it's been a lot of money and maybe building an off-site stormwater pond. So we looked at some other ways to try to solve this, but the bottom line is, it's in a flood hazard area, and it's going to flood. It will, deteriorate, but you're in a much better condition right now, I think, with the road.
Mr. Franklin, what is the
That's straight though, just an issue.
what is it that we need to do?
Well, my recommendation would be not to rescind your prior action at this time. You can table the item and then allow either me or through you, Commissioner, to contact the landowners to see if and what we would let them know is that we're not able to continue doing our part until we meet with them and negotiate a settlement agreement whereby there's a mutual release of claims. So if we do that, I'm confident we can be successful, get those in place, and then obviously the approval of those will run through Commissioner's Court to make sure that everyone is good with the terms.
Is that applicable also, Mr. Franklin, for the current fence that's there? Because obviously.
I would recommend doing it on both, frankly.
I would think that fence would need to come
Yeah,
down.
because just like Commissioner Odinda's concern, are you talking about the fence that already was built?
Yes.
Yes, I would recommend getting a settlement agreement in both places, because especially if they're, and I don't know just yet which one we're questioning the quality of the work on, but especially if we've got that issue, we're gonna want the landowner to release any claims against Dimmit County. So that the money that we spent, Commissioner, was not for a private benefit, it was for Dimmit County's benefit. The reason why we spent the money and we did the work is because we got a release of claims for any property damage against us.
So typically, how much did you say? I know that you said the accurate number right now around the ballpark. How much is the settlement gonna cost us?
Oh, so my fees in it, I guess? It all depends. The rate that you all pay for my time is $250 an hour. The last one of these that I did for a county client of mine was maybe $1,500 total to negotiate. It's
I
usually.
think she's asking about how much is it gonna cost, like, for
Oh, well,
the vendor, is that what you're saying?
No, like to settle with them, because he's saying that basically we have to go to the landowner and
you,
settle with them.
I would not recommend to the county to pay them off at all or anything like that. This is for the work to proceed. We've got to have this in place whereby they release us from any claims. That's the consideration. So you're not paying anything in addition to that, other than for the legal work.
And what happens if they don't want to release?
Then they can sue us.
And then how much would his lawsuit cost?
$10,000 in more.
So my point that I'm trying to get at is we're spending way more money because we simply did not have a conversation. So we're gonna be opposed to spending out money and lawsuits because we did not have a conversation about the road.
Yes, and you're correct. I think that there's something to look at for how we handle the situation in the future, but here's where we find ourselves now. So I was asked to look at a solution, and that's the solution that has worked well in the past whenever we've been faced with the same thing for similar clients that we've got. So,
Well, I hope that it works out for the best. One thing that I've always done since I came into office is that I take Mr. Gonzalez's word and any attorney that's gonna protect Dimmit County in the long run. So if you're saying to table it until we get more answers, all I'm concerned with right now and at this point is making sure that, for one, we don't lose out more money for a simple issue that we just did not communicate, and two, that we make sure that we receive the quality work that Dimmit County is providing. Because again, could play the video for you, but you can get with me afterwards and I can
Sure.
also send it to you.
Absolutely.
Quality of work on one side does not match the other one.
Right.
And then also to the time frame of approving the first fence line, the second fence line, the fence lines being taken apart 2 to 3 weeks apart. At any point, a conversation could have had, it could have came to Commissioner's Court and said, this was the issue that I had, this is the mistake that happened, and we could work together to fix it, but that did not happen.
Yes, and so When I learned about it, we got right on a solution. This is the recommendation for that solution, and it's up to you all what to do with it. The only item that's on the agenda would be for you whether or not to rescind the prior action. So I could still go and negotiate this on behalf of Dimmit County, and then we just bring that back at that time for you all to vote on.
We're still tabling the
But we're not releasing any more funds, that's all I'm worried about. If that's the case, then I will trust the attorneys and their advice, and we can motion, it's no more payments, so we can motion to table until we get to it.
And county attorney just reminded me to advise the court, just keep communications on the matter through legal counsel for this to protect the county in negotiations that we're having. Okay, so we can do these conversations in executive session, but anything that we're talking about with legal counsel, just make sure that that's where we're having them, if not here in Commissioner's Court.
Thank you.
Discussing it, period. That's correct.
We can discuss it with you.
Of course, yeah, with legal counsel,
Thank you.
yes, that includes me.
Thank you. So your motion's to table and that no further payment be made?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a motion by Commissioner Talamantes that the item be tabled and that no payment be made.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Uranda. Any other discussion? All
So
in,
Franklin, so you would do the contacting of the
Yes,
landowners?
ma'am. Yes.
And you might need to be
Yeah,
present.
and I'll go through you as I do that.
Yes, thank you.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. 3.39, discussion and appropriate action to transfer commodities to the county judge, allowing each commissioner input on ordering process will remain precinct 3.
Judge, on this line item, I don't know why we're still having issues and concerns with the commodities department. Again, if you look in your folder, there's a timeline for you to show my willingness to work with the department. So in October, I asked if I can attend a food bank meeting. I was notified by the clerk that I was able to attend, to just send her my information and I would be there. At that point as well, I respected the position of the department head, which would be Commissioner Rogavna, and of the clerk to make sure that it was allowable and I didn't just interject myself into a meeting without asking first. In October, we received the Tyson food pallets that we continue to talk about. So here I have an email format where we ordered 1 pallet of Tyson retail products for both Asherton and Big Wells. If you flip, you can see the items that were not good on that pallet, which wasn't really much, but we could not classify as to how many pounds the pallet was because I think the amount varied. And so, I mean, we ended up getting 2 pallets because Commissioner Rogavna ended up rejecting that pallet, which we were really grateful for, and we didn't see an issue then. November is whenever we had the issue with the gift cards that were being distributed. So originally at the conference, I was told that we were gonna be receiving unlimited, and then I guess through communication through the department and commissioner, they went ahead and told us that they would not be able to be giving us gift cards, and then they came back and then said that they can give us the gift cards. And that's something that Commissioner mentioned when we previously had this discussion, that it kind of comes and goes. There's not really much because we have to listen to what the food bank is telling us basically. So sometimes there can be like little lapse in information that was provided to me and provided to her. On November 10th, you can see that I brought to Commissioner's Court for a food pantry. Didn't get a second motion, didn't get anything on that one. On November 12th, I submitted it to the City of Big Wells, asking them to help me to utilize an area, to set up an area. At the time, I did not realize that my food pantry runs independently, and I get to establish how I want it to run and how many days it will run. Obviously, as long as we have the food for it, but I didn't know that that was the case then. So I again, went to the city agreed to help me on that front. And December is whenever I emailed the commodities clerk again, and I said, Commissioner would like to know, when does the order get submitted and do we have time to make changes? Question mark. Again, it was a question, it was nothing that I demanded that the order be changed. Then I was told, no hiccups, nothing, go ahead and send me the items and I will get to what I can on that area. If you look at the order form, you can see where I just made key changes. So in December, it was provided to me like this, and what I did was like, okay, instead of 8, I want 16, 5 here. So I just made little key changes to the order form. But it was nothing drastic, nothing big that kind of threw the whole thing out of whack. When we were in Commissioner's Court, I recommended that we keep the same process. You send me what it is and I make small changes with the time that's allowed. If it got submitted and I didn't get to it, that would be my, my shortcomings and not the department's shortcomings. So in January, we received a blank order form with nothing on there. That is when the conversation struck, and I went ahead and called the clerk and let her know, I'm not sure how much to order, I'm not sure about what amount I need to stay in between. To be quite honest with you, I'm not even sure where the resources come for us to be able to buy the commodities, because the food bank still charges us a discounted rate, but there's still a rate that's applied to it. So that's where it was coming from, that I was asking, like, how much does my precinct have to cover? How much should I order? The amount of qualities that I should order, I kind of should have known that through the past order invoices, but regardless, I still did the best that I could and I submitted the order. When we came back and the clerk approached the court and said that I sent an email, I did clarify with Commissioner Rubalcaba and the clerk in her office that this email was sent to Commissioner Rubalcaba. And basically, it's just saying that I understand that she's not putting any input into the department, but obviously that there's a hiccup that we're experiencing, because what we're saying that is happening is not happening, because we never said to give me a blank order form in Commissioner's Court. The day that we picked up the reefer, so we do share a reefer, which we do incur most of the cost when it comes to this, this truck. We tried to communicate with Commissioner Carmona's office to pick it up. There was no communication that was brought back to us. When we went the next morning and we picked it up, I have a receipt, the truck was left on empty. So again, I know that as human nature goes, it could be a little bit tempting to utilize our positions to influence another commissioner's department. But at the end of the day, I would never hold back any resources that the county has provided to my department to make sure that every other commissioner here is running to the capacity that they feel that best suits their precinct. And on my end, it just feels like if every little department comes at me to kind of delay my process in getting my work done. So there was also 2 order forms that were not alphabeticalized. I do understand that that is a luxury, I guess to say. The order form, so whenever people come and pick up, the order form has always been alphabeticalized. This last time that we received the commodities that we didn't get any assistance from, it wasn't alphabeticalized. The names were all thrown out of proportion on that. No assistance was asked for the commodities, so even though I've offered so many times that I'm willing to work with, collaborate to make the best for Dimmit County. So other than that, it just seems like if the department would best suit under the county judge. I know that y'all guys saw me make soup. There's a lot of possibilities within that department that could be beneficial to Dimmit County. And that's just kind of where this is stemming from. I never wanted to discredit or disrespect anybody's years of service. But when I see that there's a potential to do more, I wanted to offer more. Through the timeline, you can show my willingness to communicate and accommodate with the department, and it's just not seeing that I'm being met with that same approach. With that, I will set the motion to transfer to the judge.
I have a question.
Yes.
Or a concern, if you will. I know, and I'm getting ahead of ourselves here, but if you look at item 3.4, you're asking for the sanitation to be transferred to Commissioner Odena.
That's on the next agenda item.
No, I understand, that's what I said, but what I'm trying to say is the practicalness of it, because you're asking for Ms. Miranda to, who's the one in charge of commodities, to go under the county judge, but the very next one, you're asking it to go for her to also, as you know, she's under sanitation, to go to Commissioner Odena, and I don't think practically speaking it would work.
I mean, unless you feel like you can take on the workload through that, again, it's never been my intention to remove anybody from we have to make sure that whatever transition we make is best for Dimmit County. So I would hope that the clerk would provide her services to help while we make that accommodation and that trade-off. Also too, I know that there's a lot of situations where 2 electeds, you know, serve 1 employee and they make it work together. But if I don't think we need to hire another person for this workload. I think that it's doable for us to do it between us. I just think that we need a mediator instead of a commissioner to make sure that we're providing the best quality of service for Dimmit County. I see a lot of potential and possibility in that sense, and I don't think that the clerk being a Dimmit County employee would just up and not abandon all responsibility to that department. I know that a lot of them have been doing it for a long time, and the people that we have here that set an oath for office for 12 years, their loyalty and their priority is the people. So I don't think that they would do anything that would jeopardize the resources that we provide to the community.
I would ask that if this court would authorize I would love to work with Ms. Miranda to get more opportunities, because what you're saying is we're lacking opportunities. I know that other counties have different programs for commodities and after-school programs and all kinds of other stuff for commodities that I think would be great for our community. But I don't mind working with Ms. Miranda in getting that, and I don't mind being a mediator if that's going to help the communication between Ms. Miranda or Commissioner Lucava or your office. Again, I just will fall back on the practicability of looking at it from a future perspective, that if I work with Ms. Miranda to do commodities or whatnot of that nature, and Commissioner, well, I don't know what's going to happen with the next agenda, but for instance, if she were to go to Commissioner, I don't want to be fighting with anybody over Ms. Miranda, or micromanaging or stepping on anybody's toes. Like,
Judge, this was put at last Commissioner's Court and the died for the motion. And now we're back at it, Commissioner's Court.
Because you told me I needed to put it back. And it wasn't worded the right way, that's why I brought it back.
So we already, we voted on it, and again, she's done whatever she needs to do to be helpful to you. She gave you the order that you wanted, she gave it to you in a blank order. That way you can do the ordering yourself. You can write what you want, you give it back to her, and she'll fix it for you if you need something else done in it. Everything you've asked for has been done. So I don't see what the problem is. I don't get involved with her, I don't get involved with commodities. Yes, Maribel is under me, but commodities, she is the boss for commodities. Not me, not you, not the judge, not Mr. Urenda, not Commissioner Carmona. We're not her boss. She is our boss under the commodities. She runs that department. She knows what she needs to be doing and what needs to be done, and she's been doing it for the past 12 years. So I don't see, what is it? We can work together. Yeah, that's what you said. We can work together.
Yes.
Have you tried to communicate? Because you keep mentioning here communication and communication. That seems to be lacking from you. Because you just sit here and bring all this. You could have called me and said, Commissioner, you know what? I'm thinking of doing this. What do you suggest? Commissioner, can we do this?
On the last recording, I told you, you
Your Honor,
said, because remember I asked you.
they're talking.
I asked you.
You're not addressing the court again, and if.
Address the court, look at me, is what he's saying.
Okay.
Could call for a second right now, and if there's no second, then this motion dies.
Mr. Gonzalez, I'm the one in charge of this Commissioner's Court, and I'm letting them talk. Thank you so much, sir.
All right, then act like a judge.
And you act like the county attorney and stop being so unprofessional all the time. All the time. No, sir. First you tell me, I'm not gonna get out of character with you. First you tell me, you need to put your foot down. You need to put your foot down. I put my foot down, and you don't want me to put my foot down. Tell me what you want me to do. And you are correct. I've always told you, you want this position, you come run for it. Because it seems like you want to be the county judge every single time. So please, sir, or I'm gonna have you escorted out. Because I am so tired of always you questioning my capability of being on this bench. They are talking, I'm letting them talk. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. I appreciate it.
Trying to expedite things here.
And Mr. Gonzalez, I've tried to expedite it before, and I have sat here and said, okay, we're not gonna talk about it, and I have had feedback from all of them. I'm talking, so I'm gonna talk. So I let them talk. I let them talk.
And we get nowhere.
Exactly. Thank you, Mr.
One
Gonzalez.
last thing before I leave, Judge, before you throw me out. I've advised Mr. Franklin to bring an issue back up before the court, before you recess or adjourn this meeting, because it needs to be addressed. It concerns the safety of this county.
Yes, thank you so much.
So Judge, and you're saying that why didn't I contact you? Judge, Commissioner, with all due respect, I did contact you. I asked you and I asked you multiple times on where you wanted to proceed on this. The last email that I sent you, and I called you right after, hold on, but let me, okay. But let me finish because we didn't read the email. We did not read the email, and the last thing that I want to pose is if I'm doing this for just political target, whatever the case may be. If I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to run my office to secure my position in 4 years, why am I going to sit here and accommodate to somebody else's office in turn? The email read, "Good evening, Commissioner. Good evening, Commissioner. I recognize that timing is important when addressing concerns, and I didn't want to let too much pass without formally sharing an issue that arose today. Today, I was provided with a food bank order form to complete. I was not provided with a budget amount to work with, however, I did proceed to the best of my ability. I want to express my concern that the current approach feels strained and does not reflect the working dynamic we aim for in Commissioner's Court. During court, we discussed that the clerk is the Commissioner Court employee whose duties overlap multiple departments in which we serve as the department head. As a court-hired employee, the clerk assists with all commissioners with commodities. However, it is not, as her designated supervisor, you have chosen not to be directly involved in the department due to personal preference. I also recognize that her workload and overlapping responsibilities may contribute to gaps in information. For that reason, I contacted her to seek clarification. When I contacted the clerk, I asked for the additional information. I was informed that it would be preferable for her if I completed the order first, so she would not have to do double the work if changes were made later on. I explained in the budget that the budget amount at minimum had not been provided, which limited my ability to assist appropriately. Then I was advised to complete the form regardless, and that adjustments would be made on her end to fit the available budget, and this would now become our new ordering process. I hope you see my cause for concern. I'm struggling to understand why a system that was discussed and agreed upon in court and has been previously followed is now creating a concern or increased workload. It is also stated in court that historically speaking, order forms for all precincts have always been duplicated. So by either creating Asherton or Cariza's form, one would be available for a template use for my precinct. This raises the question of whether approval or direction from another commissioner may be contributing to delays and hiccups that we are currently experiencing. Ultimately, it's creating an unhealthy work environment for our employees, and if you are not providing direct input into the department's ordering process, is another commissioner doing so? I believe clarity is needed if we're truly committed to working collaboratively to support our staff and effective working environment together. If you would prefer to have this discussion in a court setting, please advise, and I have no issues accommodating that request. So to me, Commissioner, I try to communicate with you.
We came to.
But you never had that, you didn't have the conversation with me. You guys came up here and you threw a whole bunch of stuff at me, and at that point, I had already moved past that.
That's the same thing that you do with that letter. You can do it, but it's not okay for us to do it?
No, I'm giving you a taste
We've
of your own medicine.
We've been trying to communicate with you.
You do it, and so at this point, I
I
got
don't need a
nowhere.
taste of my medicine.
I got nowhere.
So what I'm gonna do is, do I have a motion,
So
Commissioner?
then this is why I took this route. But I gave you every opportunity, and even when we left Portland, I walked you to your office and I told you, and I said, this is why you did
Commissioner Talamantes.
Don't say I didn't communicate.
No, you don't.
Commissioner Talamantes. Your motion?
Motion to approve the department, to move the department.
Judge, I have a question.
Go ahead.
You said you're okay with taking over the?
I said I'm okay working with Maribel. I don't need to necessarily take over commodities, to be honest with you.
Would you have to take over commodities to be able to work with Maribel?
I said I had no problem working with Maribel, being the mediator between Maribel and Commissioner Talamantes' office, or whoever commissioner wants to have some kind of discussion with Maribel regarding. I have no problem sitting with Maribel so that we can find ways to progress the commodity department, if you will, to get acclimated with it, and so that we can all be useful in what we're trying to do. Again, the problem here is, and it's, I'm so sad that Mr. Gonzalez left, because instead of being part of the solution, it's like being part of the problem. Like, we find a solution and let's just move forward. I mean, it's very convenient. I'm gonna put that on the record real clear.
Judge, I thought we had found the solution to this last Commissioner's Court.
Commissioner,
And the solution was,
I asked her, is this what you want? Are you okay? And she said, yes. So
and I understand what you're saying,
why are we
Commissioner.
putting it back in
And I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Okawa. I fully understand. as you heard Commissioner Talamantes, she still feels that she cannot communicate with Maribel. And I know it might seem like nuances and it might seem minuscule, that it's not in alphabetical order, or that it's, what else did you say?
Honestly, Judge, and I was gonna say, it's not that I don't feel that I can't communicate with Maribel. I do think that I can communicate with Maribel. I've always done it great. I mean, I've never had any issues on my point. She did say that she didn't appreciate how I addressed her one time. And again, after we left that court, I went straight into her office and I told her, if I'm not communicating to her in a manner that she appreciates, to let me know, because I have no issue adjusting myself to make sure that I'm approaching her the way she feels that she is respected in that sense. So again, communication has been met on my end. I try to communicate every which way I can. I've had conversations after court. We've addressed them in court. I've gone every single time and I try to communicate. I don't think that the issue is stemming from the clerk that's in position. I think that it's stemming from her being under pressure, under other people, and people saying, hey, well, no, don't do this and don't do that, and you don't have to do it because you're not her boss. And we've heard it up here many of times where like, you can't tell so-and-so what to do, and you can't tell so-and-so what to do. But at the end of the day, everybody has forgotten in these empires that we created that we are serving one Dimmit County. And nobody wants to get on the same page to make sure that that is what's being done.
Not even, she says that she feels that I'm causing all this.
I didn't say that. I said if you weren't, then somebody else would.
Oh,
So you can go back to your
Do I
No.
push you?
For the record, no, Commissioner does not ever tell me what to do, what not to do, or who to listen to, who not to listen to.
So I think that also though, Commissioner Uranda, to answer your question, Maribel's technically, when it comes to commodities, she's not under anybody.
It's a standalone
It's a
department.
standalone department.
Okay.
So, legally, if you will, looking at it after the fact, and why I'm telling you that I don't mind working with her, because in reading the statutes and reading the health and safety code, in order for us to move commodities to the county judge, then the county judge would now be considered the
Department head.
No, it wouldn't be department head. I would be considered the individual that is what Maribel is doing right now.
What's that called?
And Maribel's putting, what's the name of your position?
The CE.
The CEU or CEU, right?
for Quebec.
The CE for for Dimmit County, meaning she is the representative of Dimmit County.
So she would be or you would be?
No, if you change it to the Dimmit County judge, then it would make me be the representative CU. Maribel will no longer be, she could work under me, but she would no longer be the commodities person. And I can tell you right now with all honesty and sincerity, because I just found that out, is that unless Maribel comes with me, I can't fully take being the actual CU person. There is county judges that are CUs, because I just talked to Judge Guerra from Hebronville. He's the actual CU for Hebronville. He's a county judge. He's the food bank representative when y'all go to Laredo, correct? Is what he advised me. But in order for, the reason why I think that there's like a gray area is that because Maribel is under Commissioner Rubalcaba for sanitation. So she is her boss for sanitation, and I think that's where the waters get muddy, that she's also her boss for commodities. But she's not her boss for commodities. Maribel's her own boss for commodities, if you will. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand exactly what you're saying. However, it forms some type of, where it appears that it could be some type of, I know it's been working. Don't get me wrong. I'm not here to argue the point. But based on what you're saying now, it could be a conflict of some kind, because like you just said, she's her boss as sanitation, but she's not her boss as the commodities.
Mm-hmm.
But that's where it could be misleading, I guess is the word.
Well, for the record, I never had any issues with Ms. Miranda. I never asked her to order this, order that. I have never been involved in the communication. The only communication Ms. Miranda and I have is when the commodity building goes down. And then I take, to go fix, repair whatever it takes. But do I ask her what to order? No, because she knows what the county, or what the needs of the citizens are. Like I said the other day, we look at only, we serve in this area, we serve precinct 1, precinct 2, and precinct 6. Even though it belongs to Big Boss, we serve precinct 6. Never had an issue with that, so you're doing a great job. So in that reality, the only issue, or the only concern I see is Big Boss. However, we cover precinct 6. And I made it clear the other day that if they wanted to fix this, the 6 was gonna go to Big Boss and pick up their commodities. Because we're carrying them all. So the expense is greater for us over here, for the simple fact that we carry another precinct. So I have no issues with what she orders. Never been concerned about what she's gonna get. I leave her alone. And like I said, the only way that I communicate with her is when she tells me there's something wrong with the commodity buildings. And right now we're looking for a compressor for the walk-in cooler because it went down. And it's a part that has to come. And like Judge Frank Ponce used to say, sell me something they sell in the United States, not something that I gotta get from Germany, China, or Japan. And unfortunately, that compressor is gonna have to come from basically out of the country to get it repaired. Or unless we put a whole new walk-in cooler. And that's
My question to you is there any way that we can get some information or get educated on whether if it were to be transferred to the county judge, would there be a way that it might even still be the CU instead of the judge? Because I quite frankly, I'll be honest with you, I as well, you wear multiple hats, maybe not as many as y'all, or not as many as the commissioners or the law enforcement or whoever, but I quite frankly myself can't, and I have 3 staff members, one that specifically does POs, the other 2, one's my court coordinator and one's my administrative coordinator. I don't have the manpower to probably do what Ms. Miranda does, but if there's a lack of communication or distrust or don't feel like we're progressing in a positive way in this particular department, if there's any way that Maribel could still be the CU, then I would maybe entertain that, but I can't be the CEO, and I'm being completely frank and honest with you because I think maybe I would do a disservice doing it myself.
I don't have a judge. I have no judge with Maribel staying
No, I understand.
as a commodity.
I know what you mean.
I have no issue. This issue is not stemming from her roles. It's just stemming from, okay, if things are not being done and they're not consistent, and we sit here and we talk about consistentness, I'm not trying to divide the departments. He just said, okay, if you want to take precinct 6, take precinct 6. But that's never been my interest to take precinct 6. I just always wanted to make sure that we're providing the max possible service to the people that live here. Because I was one that grew up on commodities. I was one that came and picked up every resources growing up. So I know how important they are to the families that you're serving. And I also know that you're doing it and you're trying to do the best that you can in that department. My issue is coming from other electeds using their departments against me to micromanage, if you will. And if she's saying that no, it's not happening, there's not really a way that we can tell if it is happening or if it's not happening.
We're gonna be sitting here and saying that.
But I'm
it's
saying,
happening.
okay, well, I said if it could be happening.
Wait, it's
It
not
could-
happening.
It could be happening. I highly doubt that, but I'll leave it at that, Commissioner. I have no issue with Maribel continuing to do the commodities, no issue at all. The only thing is that I think that if we move it to the judge, it provides neutral ground for us because the communication would come through the judge and you serve all of Dimmit County. As he's saying, okay, well, take precinct 6, take precinct that, your mindset should be what best suits all of Dimmit County. Let's work with it together, let's communicate, and let's be able to provide these resources. Because again, them saying that there's never been an issue, but again, look at where we are because we didn't have a conversation and communicate over another matter. Look at where we are now. Look at how much I'm able to provide just asking simple questions. And I also haven't overextended to see where the money is coming from, who was placed in these departments. I've asked certain questions, but I haven't been able to dedicate my whole time and resources to it. The reason that I put it back on is because that was my initial motion the last time that we addressed this in court. And then at that time, that's whenever Commissioner Rubalcaba informed me, she's like, well, you can't make that motion because it's not on the agenda. Okay, well then I'll put it back on the agenda so we can have the conversation, and that could be the impossibility. Because again, my main goal is making sure that we're providing the best to all of Dimmit County. And you just said it right now. You've looked into judges everywhere else and to see what they're doing in the commodity department. Is it comparable to what we're doing?
Probably not.
So there's more that we can be offering
Well,
the residents.
from me speaking to my counterpart, Judge Guerra, because I asked him, I obviously saw the agenda item and I wanted to know what it was about, and I asked him, how do they operate there? Because obviously, he's the county judge in Hebronville, in Jim Hog, and he told me he's the one that's in charge and he has people under him. I told him, obviously, off the record, I did not want to be in charge because he says that he goes over there sometimes to pick up the food himself and all that stuff, and I
Our
can't do
departments
that.
do that. Our departments do that.
I know, but him over there, he does it. I didn't want to do that. I don't want to do that. So that's why I'm telling you right now, do I want our commodities department to flourish? Of course I do. I think everybody sitting here should want the commodities department to flourish. I think that it's important that we bring good food, fresh food, all kinds of foods, obviously, for our constituents. Can I move mountains and rivers in one day? No, I cannot, but I want there to be a compromise. And if the compromise is for us to find a solution rather than being the problem, and if the solution is going to make you or anybody else feel better that everybody in Dimmit County is getting the same chicken or the same gift cards or whatever, I don't have a problem having Maribel under me, but I would prefer that Maribel be the person in charge. And I can just communicate, Maribel, let's try to get an after-school program. Of course, that's gonna take time, it's gonna take budget, and those are conversations that need to be had, right? Obviously at some point,
So
but
what is the difference now?
that's why I'm
Because
saying.
she is her own CE, and she's under me as a commissioner as sanitation. She'll be under you as a county judge, as an elected official. So
No,
what is the difference?
that's not what I want, is what I'm trying to tell you. And so that's what I'm telling Commissioner Talamantes, because Commissioner Talamantes says that she has no problem with Maribel. You heard. The problem is with her feeling like Maribel's being used as a tool. Correct me if that's what you did not just say.
And Maribel, I said.
That Maribel's being used as, let me finish, she's being used as a tool to get the agendas of other people across.
What more does she
So-
want? Maribel stated right now that she's
Last time I
not.
trust your word, we're dealing with another issue. So excuse me for not wanting to take your word on issues that you're saying.
So
So I'm telling you here in court.
You told me a lot of stuff outside of court. You also said that I also didn't want to communicate with you, and I've proven time and time again that I've tried to communicate with you.
So my thing is, Commissioner Rubalcaba, is that in trying to get a ladies, please, to get a compromise is table the item to give her an opportunity to find out if it's put under the county judge, can Maribel still be the person in charge? That's all I need, something in writing. And then y'all can make your decision. Y'all can vote. We can vote not to transfer it to me and Maribel not be under me. I'm just trying to find a middle ground. So
Nobody is
that,
asking for Maribel to relieve of her duties of the commodity.
and I'm
If she
not
were to
saying
take
that.
you and you want to take her under, then she would be just holding a position with you and it'd be through your department.
And I understand that,
And the position
Commissioner.
would come there, but hold on, let me just finish.
I understand what you're saying, Commissioner.
I'm not going,
But
I'm
what
not
trying
gonna,
to
I'm
tell
not gonna
you.
put it back on the agenda because at the end of the day, I was attacked through social media where they were calling me a child and they were saying that I did all of this because I was throwing a tantrum. So I'm not gonna waste my time or give anybody any more ammo to say whatever it is that they feel like it is that I'm doing. If I'm up here and I'm communicating, I've gone to you, I've gone to your office, you've never gone to my office. Have you ever been in my office? You've never, but with me,
There's no
Okay.
reason for me to go.
So I've been to your office, I've tried calling you, I've done everything that I can to
We
communicate
did
with you.
everything after Commissioner's Court and here. We thought we were under the assumption everything was working fine when I asked you last Commissioner's Court. And you said, yes, Commissioner, we'll do it that way for now. It'll be good. And now all of a sudden you say, oh, no, it's not working? I'm not telling Maribel what to do or what not to do.
So you say?
I'm letting you know I
Go ahead.
know.
So you say?
Yes, Mr. Ortiz?
Well, I was just gonna answer your question, Judge. Technically, Maribel, she's the sanitation clerk, technically. That's why she's under the sanitation department, that's why she's under Commissioner Rubalcaba. But she's also doing the duties as the CE. So the question comes when you're trying to transfer, are you trying to transfer her or just transfer her duties?
Mm-hmm.
Technically, you can't transfer the duties of an employee to another elected official because that employee is under another commissioner because her actual job is sanitation.
So is
clerk.
essentially
She's
what
not
you're-
getting paid any extra money for doing commodities. She's not getting paid anything extra. She just kind of took on this job and she's always done it. But
So essentially, if Maribel gets moved, if Ms. Miranda gets moved, she goes as a whole package.
No, because she's not
You don't
being
have to
paid.
say.
No, she's not being paid. So technically, right now, she's an employee of Commissioner Rubalcaba because she gets paid as a sanitation clerk. She's not getting paid as a commodity clerk. So since she's classified under sanitation, Commissioner Rubalcaba has direct oversight over her because she's not being paid as the commodities clerk. So right now, basically, she just takes on the responsibility as she would do in transition, and the responsibilities would still stay on her. She would be doing it, but she's not classified as that through the county.
But you just said right now we can't split.
Well, she doesn't know, there's nobody in that position technically right now.
you can't give somebody else in charge of something she's technically not, or that the county's not paying.
Yes,
If
because
that
that's
makes any
the thing,
sense.
there's nobody in charge then. If he's saying that
No,
she's not.
she's doing the duties.
Yes.
No, what he's saying is that you can't move her to the judge or to Commissioner
No,
Luna or whatever.
I guess the main question is, Commissioner, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to move her, are you trying to change the duties of this E to another person, or are you trying to move her completely under the judge?
I didn't want for her to go completely under the judge. I wanted for the judge to be the mediator, but I understand where you're coming from, so then my motion would stand to move her to the judge.
As a whole.
Yes.
But if you move her as a whole.
Then
She
you also get
loses-
sanitation.
She loses her
Yeah,
sanitation.
that's what I'm saying.
If that's what solves the problem, then I'm up for it. I have issues in sanitation as well that we can address in the next line item.
I mean, respectfully, I think we should just finish the motion instead of, we're going in a lot of circles and we're talking about motives that we don't know if they're true or not true, and we're just going back and forth and we're not making any progress.
We're just
So I
sitting
would,
here.
I just think-
I would
Nothing
recommend
saying that
finishing
one of another,
the
of
motion.
doing this and doing that. This is,
Yeah.
it's getting out of hand. This is more political than what it is.
If you want to look at the timeline, though, I provided a timeline in case you have any questions on what I'm talking about. Commissioner
Salamantes, but at the end of the day, if we move Maribel to the county judge, that would leave Commissioner Rubalcaba with no clerk for sanitation. You had a question, Commissioner? Luna?
No, I was just trying to let you know.
Oh, I thought you were calling me.
Where we at, Judge?
So can't we, what if you put commodities under yours, Commissioner Salamantes? Then you can choose your commodity clerk, and Maribel could stay in sanitation.
Well, then I need a line item, and money in the commodities clerk line item.
We don't have to, right? We don't have that clerk period.
She doesn't get paid.
I have the line item for the position, but I don't have a money in there. But I do have the line item for the commodities clerk. The line item is in my budget.
There's no need for the money because she already has Ms. Ponce to do commodities in her department. So
No,
she-
Ms. Ponce is now our road and bridge clerk.
Let's do it.
Ms. Ponce?
Yes, I just hired her and we could make that transition from Canales.
Ms. Canales can do that if she's hired for temporary, part-time for the commodities, she can do it. There's no need to pay because Marila's not getting paid for it. She never had.
That's a bold statement. I think you gotta go back to the documentation to make sure that that statement stands.
Would you be,
Even
would you
Mr.
be,
Even Mr. Ortiz said she's not
Mr.
getting paid.
Perez, when was he here whenever she got hired?
Commissioner, would you be,
I'll take it. You know what? I'll take it. I will take it.
Wait, did the original motion die?
No, because now we're setting a new motion
so what's your motion, Commissioner?
to take on commodities.
To transfer commodities to precinct 3?
Yes, ma'am.
Without Ms. Miranda, without Ms.
Without Ms. Miranda, because Ms. Miranda is technically under sanitation.
Okay.
And if you needed to make any budget adjustments or budget amendments, you can put them to Commissioner's Court.
For what? For an employee?
If she needs to, because she says she has a line item, but she might not have sufficient
But she
funds.
doesn't get paid.
But I can
No,
also
but she
transfer
has one.
money within my own department.
Yes. I
I
have a
tried to fight with
motion.
me.
We're creating a new position.
But we
They're
have
not,
a,
the position's already there.
you have a motion by Commissioner Talamontes,
Second.
second by Commissioner Urenda. And this is to transfer the commodities, Commissioner Carmona, to the commodity position, not Marina, to Commissioner Talamontes.
So it'll be the whole commodities?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
just for precinct 3?
No, the whole thing.
The
So
whole
what is the difference between you being in charge and me being in charge?
Then I'll do it better.
Same thing?
Exactly.
Okay,
I'll do it fair for everybody. If you have issues or concerns, you can bring it back to Commissioner's Court, and we can have the conversation.
I have a motion by Commissioner Talamontes and a second by Commissioner Urenda. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition?
Aye.
Aye.
We have an opposition.
What was your motion, Judge?
The motion is to move the commodities to precinct 3 to Commissioner Talamontes, and she can handle how she thinks it's gonna be done fairly. 3.4, discussion and appropriate action to transfer sanitation department with employees or Commissioner Urenda to combine utilities and sanitation as both are classified as utilities, precinct 3.
So Judge, on this one, again, I went through the whole year of Commissioner Court's agenda, and I tried to look at everything that I had pending, anything that I hadn't completed. And this was one that kind of sat on my desk, because I know that we continue to have conversations regarding a brush pit or burn pit or something established for us. I know that we're waiting for the mulcher, we're waiting for a whole bunch of other stuff. But I do realize that later on that sanitation and landfill operate on two separate agendas. Or two separate departments. I didn't realize that when I initially made my request. So it is to do landfill and sanitation. So if you look at the minutes provided, and y'all guys have copies of the minutes in your packet from March 24th, there was an action here that was approved through Commissioner's Court to dig a hole, accept brush, and set up a date for a ribbon cutting ceremony. That was not ever done on Commissioner's end. I know that we talked about the last time, and I think you were the one that asked me how much had I paid in tipping fees for the year. So from January to September, I paid a total of $1,976, and this year I'm up to $1,389. I know that y'all guys saw the last time that we were in here, I asked Commissioner if I would be allowed to go and dispose of brush there, because at that point, she was only affecting my areas of operation because the interlocal agreement went through with the city of Carrizo. I have looked into the landfill type, and it is a type 1 landfill. I have gotten some information as to what is needed, and is Mr. Hale still here? Or he walked out? I know that Mr. Hale also did mention that it is possible for us to be able to go and dispose of brush there. Yet when we've asked, it's always been a restricted time limit of when we're able and allowed to go into the landfill. Again, these departments are supposed to operate and run for the benefit of Dimmit County, not for one sole person, whether they're in charge of the department or not. These departments are managed through Commissioner's Court. And so with that being said, and noticing that there is a history, because again, you have proof right there of the minutes, And I have other information showing that Commissioners Court directly made a decision, and that decision has been ignored up until this point.
Judge, for the record, we were waiting on the tub grinder. The tub grinder got here Friday. Mr. Galvan called me and it came in. Training for the tub grinder, because we have no training whatsoever, it will be in 2 weeks. After those 2 weeks, we will be able to get brush into the landfill and we will mulch it. And after that, whatever wants to be done with the mulch, either we bury it or we give it away to the public, but I know that has to come through Commissioner's Court prior to it. And sanitation has always been under Precinct 4. Since before I took office, it was under Mr. Jaime. Once I came into office, Mr. Jaime gave all his departments away. For sanitation, he gave it to
The county judge.
To the judge. So it was under the judge's office. Once the judge left, that
He
department
gave them back.
it came back to me where it's always been as sanitation. That's where Ms. Maribel was hired to do sanitation secretary when it was at the old courthouse, at the old building. That's where she was stationed with Mr. Jaime, and Mr. Rodriguez was Melissa, the secretary for utilities departments. It was always separated. This is the first time that we have landfill because it barely opened up last year when we started taking in the sanitation.
This is not for landfill, though.
And as I said, that was allowed in my judgment. I meant to classify the both of them, because if we're gonna,
She mentioned.
if
the
we're gonna
landfill, so that's why I'm
combine the
saying-
utilities, I felt that it was best to combine all utilities together. And again, it just shows too that even on our budgets, the tub grinder was approved after the fact that we asked for the ribbon cutting ceremony. That came afterwards. If you look too on the sanitation, the line items
No,
that
we
of
didn't.
employees, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 10 employees in sanitation, but yet we are restricted as commissioners of to what time frame we can go in there. I know that we've even gotten so detailed to the point where the brush must be mulched before we take it in there. I asked her, since you have the employees and you have the equipment, can I just take the brush and y'all guys ship it? And we've been told no, that we have to ship it ourselves to be able to take it into the landfill. But again, if you look at the number of employees that are in that line item, there should be no reason why another department is having to do extra work to be able to utilize the landfill. In the landfill department, we have 4 employees in there. So a total of 10 and 4 is 14 employees, and a combination between these two departments that has not been open to the public. We're restricted as to what time frames we can go in there, what weeks we can go in there. I understand that being restricted as to what we can throw in there is justified because you have regulations that you have to make sure that you keep with TCAQ. But at the same time, it just seems like, again, the department is being held and restricted to your benefit rather than the benefit of the county.
No, it wasn't to my benefit. It's what could have been done and was being done. We had the small mulcher, and I've asked you, it's there, if you need to do it, you can mulch it.
But why would I have to do it if you have 10 employees and sanitation and 4 employees in landfill? The landfill is not open, so, and then we're also being restricted up until
Landfill is
2:30.
Landfill is 2 employees.
So, no ma'am.
And the secretary.
The landfill?
The landfill, yes ma'am.
Okay, the landfill right here in your budget that we approved, and this year you have 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 4 employees in landfill now. Yes, ma'am?
Judge, I have a question. So, Judge, my question is with the individual that is running the.
But it's in that department.
It's the operator.
But it's still in that department.
That
So
runs it.
if you have it there, it's still in that department.
May
Go ahead, Commissioner.
we have a person that is basically monitoring the landfill, and it's the same person that's monitoring the city landfill, same licensed person. To my understanding, based on a discussion I've had in the past with the engineer that actually put this landfill together for the county, it's designed for the same capacity as far as weight for garbage, brush, whatever it may be. So here's where the confusion comes in, and it's not so much confusion, it's just the instability. We spent a lot of money, we have spent, we're gonna go to facts now, a lot of money as a county to build this landfill, yet it's being used pretty much right now for just the garbage that the sanitation department picks up. There's tipping fees being paid to the city. I don't feel that that should be necessary at all if we have our own landfill. I feel like that's the whole reason that the landfill was constructed, was to eliminate the extra expenditure on behalf of the county. The city has brush coming in on a daily basis. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Last week, Friday, I saw one of Commissioner Carmona's truck hauling brush to the city. Why does that have to happen when we have our own landfill?
That was brush that we picked up and piled in my yard.
Right, regardless, Commissioner, it's brush that you have to get rid of, right?
Right.
Okay, so
But doesn't make it because it wasn't picked up in the city.
But you see, we're trying to work together with the city to keep the town clean, but yet there's always obstacles as to what are you gonna do with the brush? The city's already put restrictions on when we can pick up brush and when we can deliver brush. If we could offset the weeks, I brought it up in Commissioner's Court, that's all, okay, so the week that the city's gonna allow us to take brush, we'll take it to the city. The following week, we'll take it to our landfill, that way it always gives us somewhere to put our brush. It just seems like pulling teeth because we can't ever get to where we need to get when we have everything there and we spent so much money getting there. I don't understand. What is the problem? If we have the same licensed person, I could understand. Two different people, maybe they have different ways of managing their life, but it's the same person. The same person, the same capacity. And it's gotta be less garbage because the city's bringing all their garbage. Ashton brings their garbage. Heck, you got all these oil field companies dumping their garbage to the city. And how do they make it work and meet their quota and we can't do the same thing? I'm not saying open it to the public Monday to Friday, but as commissioners, we should be able to say, hey, take the brush to the landfill or take the garbage to the landfill. That's what it's for. Maybe I'm missing something here.
No, that's what we agreed the last Commissioner's Court, that's what we were gonna do. That, Mr. Linda, that's what we agreed that we were gonna do, Wednesdays and Fridays. We're gonna bring in the brush and then the trash. We just wanna make sure that what we can bring in for the trash, because there's a lot of stuff that we can't bring in.
Right.
So we said, okay, we'll do it Wednesdays and Fridays from 8 a.m. to 2:30. And then when I spoke to Noe and Ms. Brenda, they said, Valerie, leave it up till noon because we still have to go back and cover and do all that. Once the tub grinder comes in, we're also gonna have to do the covering of the brush once we mulch it, of course. So we said, okay, that way we know that we can do that. We can bring in brush, we haven't approved, or I mean, I'm not saying approved, but what we can and can't bring. But that was gonna be Wednesdays and Fridays.
I'm just gonna say this, and does not make sense. Correct me if I'm wrong, we spent almost $1 million on the tub grinder, correct?
We split it 4 ways.
Yeah.
Five.
Five what?
We split it 5 ways.
Okay, but it was close to $1 million
Yes.
at the county. Yet, 15 miles down the road, Crystal City has a designated area. Last week on Friday, I drove through there and they were burning their brush pile. And you know, it's so crazy because they had a couple of fire trucks there. They had one water truck from the county. They had equipment. They lit it up. Within an hour, everything was done. And then all they do is bring in their blade and pile it up and bury it. And they're fresh to start with a new pile. And it probably costs pennies on the dollar compared to what we're spending.
Is it a county landfill?
No, across the street from the county landfill, where the prison's at, there's a field to the right. That's a designated burning area. TCEQ says we could designate an area and go through. It's this very cost-efficient way of getting rid of our brush, especially in a rural area where we have brush everywhere. And I don't understand why we have to go through the extra expenditure, not to mention, now we have to have people operate that machine, we have to train them, and hopefully they train well enough where nothing ever happens, that they don't ever get hurt. The possibility is anywhere. But why do we need to make things so complicated when just down the, I'm kind of looking at it as my neighbor can cut his grass and it's green, why shouldn't I be able to ask him, wait, what are you doing that works? So my grass will be green too. It doesn't make sense. We're going around in circles, and it feels like it's all because we all have our mindset on how we want to do things. And we quit really looking at what's feasible for the county. We all said here when we ran, oh, we're gonna do what's best for the county. But yeah, we just spent almost $1 million for a truck rent. We're getting nowhere, and we still have piles of brush to get rid of. And we're still paying the city to go get rid of it.
And I know, I will say that, remember, well, you didn't go to that one, but when we had the interlocal agreement meeting with the city of Carrizo, that's what hindered us from being able to complete that interlocal agreement. Because I remember Commissioner Uranda opposing that and saying that this could be possible. And then Commissioner Carmona said, no, you can't do that because of the fire trucks, and I can't tie up my fire trucks, and wasn't willing to accommodate or work with that notion. Then we brought it to Commissioner's Court, and we did say, you said that you couldn't do it in the landfill, but we approved to do it on the back side of the landfill. But nothing on that front either. And so when we kept coming back in, and I will be one to say that I kind of forgot about it a little bit, but when the judge asked me, how much money are you paying in tipping fees, because she knows that I'm active with it, and I try to do the best that I can, that's when I really went back and I started to look at all my receipts to see how much I was paying for tipping fees. Again, I've asked, like, hey, it's just me, it's just precinct 3 and 6 right now, and not even really precinct 6, because precinct 6 is still Carrizo for the most part of it. It's just a little bit that's outside, which is Espantosa subdivision, and it's Big Wells, and that's when I said, hey, can I go and dump there? I don't have time to mulch right now, I don't have time to do all that, but can I just go and dump in there, and then when the tub grinder gets there, you can mulch it. And you said, no, I have to do it myself. But again, I was in here before when this landfill started, and if he's saying that there's always been these issues of not willing to compromise or work together, all that I'm asking this court to do is let's just be humble, take accountability for our actions, and let's work together to better Dimmit County.
That's what I said last Commissioner's Court when we brought this back up. I said the only ones that were in need of it is my precinct and your precinct in Big Wells, because we can't take it to the city. They don't allow us to take it to the city because we would have to pay taking it to the city. And then I said, I have a small mulcher. I mulch it at Metroplex when we have time. We mulch it there. But the truck grinder already came in Friday and it just got here Friday. So there shouldn't be any issues to taking the brush. We have to meet a quota, which is 20 tons. So once we meet that before, because we have to get our guys bring in their trash, and they usually get there at 2:30 or 3.
And I understand your position, Commissioner Talamantes, that you're asking about your concerns with the landfill and not having a grand opening and not using it and whatnot, but getting back to the agenda item you submitted that you requested, it's regarding the sanitation department.
Yes, that's why I said when I first started that it was a lack of my judgment, Judge. I meant sanitation and landfill. I didn't realize it was 2 separate departments. Because I really hadn't looked into it. I trusted in her that what she was saying was accurate and correct, and I'm going to trust in her again right now. She says that it's going to get here on Friday, but the issue still stands. We created empires. You said the tub grinder.
I said the tub grinder got here Friday.
Okay, the tub grinder got here Friday. But we're still dealing with the issue that everybody has created their own little empires, and we've all forgotten to work as one. The interlocal agreement with the city of Carrizo could have been fixed way longer than a year ago had we just been willing to compromise and communicate and to see what we can actually do. I remember that when we went through that whole motion, none of us ever second guessed or second questioned either anybody that didn't say that their departments could participate or do anything to help alleviate that and get the interlocal agreement to push through. I know that we said, Commissioner Duagaba, she said, nope, the landfill is only for county use, that's it, nothing else. I know that we went to Commissioner Carmona and we asked him, can we do a pit? Can we do this? Like, can we burn it? Is this what we can do? And he said, I cannot tie up my fire trucks. My fire trucks cannot sit there. We are not going to do that. And then we kind of just stayed stuck. And so we've been stuck, but it's still costing the county money and taxpaying dollars money because we're not able to compromise, communicate, or come to a reasonable conclusion together.
There's 80-something acres untouched property. That has nothing to do with the land.
I understand, but the agenda's for sanitation, so what's the problem with sanitation? Like,
That's what I said, Judge. It was
so you want to table this?
I mean, honestly, we put through other motion items that are not even what we said either that was on the agenda. I don't think that we should table it. I think that we need to have a real conversation about it and discuss and see what we can do. Sanitation and landfill included.
I think that, putting the item of the landfill on there would, I think we would have to give more notice because it is an entire department that you're requesting to get transferred.
But you would move with entire employees, the same way that I came into office and Juan specifically told me, you're gonna be okay as long as you keep the people in that position. We will be okay as long as we keep the people in their positions. And we don't make rash decisions that affect people's households. But I'm willing to be able to do that.
So you're saying?
I'm saying I wanna move it still, I wanna move back sanitation and landfill. If you're telling me that all I can do right now is move sanitation, fine, I'll move sanitation and I'll put it back on the agenda next time we move landfill. Combine all the utility departments so that way it's all running simultaneously. Whenever one clerk is out, you're gonna have another clerk to be able to pick up from that downfall. It's gonna allow and lessen the load between all of them. There's no reason why all these utility departments have to be separated. And if you take into account too the mile of roads that you have considered to the mile of roads that he has way less miles of road. That's why I was so hesitant to even take on commodities, because me and you have similar road amounts, and it's a lot of work.
Maria, do you want to transfer your part of sanitation? Do you want to transfer to Commissioner Miranda? That you can be honest.
Not very, I mean, I'm fine where I'm at.
Okay. Thank you for the honesty.
Judge, I just want to point out, we're not here to do what's best for them, we're here to do what's best for the county. We owe it to this office.
I'm gonna always do what's best for our employees, and I'm gonna do what's best for our constituents as
But we
well.
still have to make sure that we're keeping Dimmit County first. And honestly too, you know what, I'm not even gonna go there.
So right now, it's just the transfer of the sanitation department, Commissioner Talamontes. How many employees are in that department, Commissioner Talamontes?
And which one?
The sanitation. We have not voted, that's why I'm asking the question, because her request is to transfer the sanitation department and all the employees to Commissioner.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 including Miss Miranda. So I think we should go ask the other 9 too if they want to move or not, I guess.
Wait, Judge,
Yes.
are you combining the sanitation and utility departments, or are you just transferring budget authority of sanitation to the commissioner who's in charge of utility?
I want to combine all utilities together. All the roles and responsibility all together.
Well, I was just making sure that was clear.
I'm sorry, what was that, Mr. Ortiz? Because
If commissioner is trying to combine the utility and sanitation department, or is she just giving budgetary control of sanitation to Commissioner Odena?
I'm telling you, I want to combine the utility departments, everything.
like employees and the
Everything,
budget.
yes, everything. It makes the most sense for Dimmit County.
Yeah, but I think you still need to keep the departments. Departments need to stay sanitation, utilities, and what have you.
But
because
when the
of
last
different
time that we
budgets.
said that you didn't have to wait for budget time to transfer any departments, that departments can be moved at any time. That's how we transferred the Alanis
Thank
part
No,
to
but-
myself, and it wasn't during budget
Yeah.
time.
No,
Remember that I had the Alanis fields and I had them maybe 6 months in or something like
Right,
that?
but these are two
And
different
then the
functions.
Alanis field got transferred to Commissioner.
There's two different functions,
Talamontes.
they should have separate supplies and everything.
Yeah, their own
Yeah,
budget.
if you transfer it, it needs to be a budget amendment. If you just have him over that budget, you don't have to do a budget amendment.
Right, so you just move him and it stays the department. The state sanitation, state utilities is just under his authority.
Yes, he would be the
Right.
department manager
Yeah.
over that department. You can basically change everything to him the same way that they did it to us. But if you're gonna transfer the employees and everything else has to be a budget amendment, which, again, that's not how we did it.
Exactly. Exactly.
But the rules change, we
Yeah.
gotta learn as we go.
I have a motion by Commissioner Talamantes.
Judge, can you clarify?
The motion is to transfer,
The motion is to transfer the department as a whole to Commissioner Uranda. And efforts to combine utilities.
I have a question. So does that mean Maribel would come?
to you.
Maribel and the 9 other employees that are in that line item.
So let me ask you this, could we opt Maribel out of this job?
Yes.
Maribel would be your
And
employee.
then leaves that office available for whichever you needed it?
Oh yeah, then we won't have to buy the server to connect the internet.
I was just gonna ask, I was just asking about.
It would be a simpler solution and an easier fix.
To transfer sanitation is what you're saying, Commissioner?
Well, yeah, because how he pointed out that Maribel's office would open up and it would. She would go upstairs, her and Melissa would work together, the department would go to Commissioner Uranda, and then if that happened tomorrow, you could have that office space for your VA. Which is already agreed upon.
You have a motion. Did you get clarification, Ms. McDaniel? I have a motion by Commissioner Talamantes. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Uranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition?
Aye.
And I'm gonna abstain. And I'm gonna make it very clear for the record, I'm gonna have a conversation with Mr. Gonzalez, because the last time that we transferred the Alanis field, that's not how we did it. And I'm not going to jeopardize my authority as a county judge and my position and my law license to make a decision contrary to what we were told and what we voted on the last time. And if the media and whoever else is in this room wants to portray me in a way that's cowardly and that the county judge should make those hard decisions, I am more than happy to make those hard decisions, but I'm going to make them in a way that I do not jeopardize my position here as a county judge.
I did ask Mr. Gonzalez if he's here.
You know, why are you gonna have a conversation with me? You never wanna speak to me. And you have legal authority here.
I will.
So
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. You can take a seat. I'll have my conversation with Mr. Franklin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the judge, the vote doesn't pass.
Well, we gotta make it clear, Mr. Gonzalez is supposed to be here to help us with resolutions, and instead I think he always continually causes more complications. It's very easy. Put your pride to the side. I'll put mine. I have no problem.
Do that then and ask the question.
I have no practice, Your Honor. I'm primarily the county attorney.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Gonzalez.
so, yeah, I don't appreciate your comments about me every chance you get.
I will, Mr.
You
Gonzalez.
keep that, you say, I'm throwing jabs, I'm just throwing jabs now.
I am. I'm gonna say that.
All right.
Instead of being part of the solution, you're part of the problem.
No,
Because you could just put your pride aside and have a conversation with me so that I can make.
door's always open, Your
Okay.
Honor. You don't come
I'll see
in,
you. I'll see you tomorrow.
So,
What time?
Mr. Gonzalez, is there, by
Thank you,
law,
Commissioner.
is there an
Marcus, I
issue?
won't go talk to him because that's the choice that I'm gonna.
What time are you coming by, Your Honor?
Let me see. Actually, you know what? I'll go after this because I have to be in San Marcos tomorrow because we have.
That's just it, I'm not here.
We have, yeah. We have. I don't work 8 to 5. Neither do you.
Oh, we have 2 attorneys.
It doesn't matter, I'm here a lot more than you are, Your Honor.
It's okay.
I'm just asking.
It's okay. And I'm gonna tell you one more
I'm
time.
gonna tell you one more
I'm gonna
time.
tell you,
If I
Mr.
wanted to be
Sheriff,
county
if you don't
judge, I
mind,
would
Sheriff.
run for county judge and I would beat you, no problem.
You might. You might. Sheriff, if you can have Mr. Gonzalez removed, please. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm here for one other matter, that's to support Mr. Franklin on another issue that's
Thank you.
really important to the county.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
See, I'm not leaving.
He could just stand out there, wherever he feels most comfortable.
I was gonna say, you can't hold.
That's where I was.
No, Thank you, Commissioner. 4.1, discussion and appropriate action, approval of purchase of 2024 Ford Transit passenger van using OLS 2026 grant 4375904.
This one was awarded also, Judge, to the OLS.
Yes, thank you. Sure.
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Talamantes. 4.2, discussion and appropriate action, approval to purchase tactical uniforms from the top brass using sheriff's forfeiture account.
On that one, Judge, I would like to take no action, or they're not buy board, and then we found them cheaper through Gals, which Gals is buy board.
4.2, you said?
4.2, Commissioner Talamantes, he's trying to buy tactical uniforms from the forfeiture account.
So you need a motion?
No, we're just either table or no action, because I found them cheaper through Gals, another vendor that's
So
buy
you're gonna
board.
bring it later?
Yes.
Motion table.
Let me give you.
Your motion to table?
Yes.
Commissioner Alonso Carmona, second by Commissioner Uranda. Four point three, discussion and appropriate action, approval for emergency purchase 100-gallon natural gas water heater, including disconnect and install the natural gas water heater from Allen Plumbing in the total of $16,748.
Motion.
This replace another water heater, then now, we replaced one, but the second one is.
Is this the new one that we
No,
replaced?
No, it's another one.
Is this was installation?
Yes.
This is the labor charge that Allen Plumbing's charging us. It's not for the actual heater.
It's a heater and the.
So this is includes heater and
yes, altogether.
Labor.
The labor.
Any other questions?
Is there a motion, Judge? I gave the motion.
She did give a motion. I was just asking if there was any other questions, Commissioner. I have a motion by Commissioner Talamantes and a second by Commissioner Rubalcaba. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 4.4, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from CA255H WIFILX, finisher 2/3 hole punch term and 60-month monthly payment of $270.
Judge, this was, there's two, copy machines. So the one with the booking area, it was approved, so this one is for the investigators, area. So it's, actually, there's supposed to be two.
Motion.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Uranda. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 4.5, discussion and appropriate action, approval C8255H WIFI integrated finisher term in month, 60 monthly PAN payments, $265 for the CID area.
Judge, on this one, I'm not sure, is it one of the two that she requested, or did somebody else put a?
No, it was me. It was,
You put it on?
yeah, because there's one for the booking area and one for the CIA, for the investigator. So it's
So
for
moved.
both of them.
And this is a 5-year plan?
Motion.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona, second by Commissioner Rubalcaba. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 4.6, discussion and appropriate action, jail status report.
I put that on.
Yeah, no action this time? No action. 4.7, discussion and appropriate action, sheriff's report.
Judge, on this one, the citations, they're not all in there since they closed yesterday, the month. They're not all in there.
I'm sorry, we're talking about the rate of
By a lot?
We're sharing, my.
By a lot?
Are we thought we do not, that's $57.
Are you wanting me to reopen?
No, go ahead.
Unnecessary.
Thank you.
We're good.
Thank you. Questions of the sheriff's report? He said all the violations are not on there because why, Sheriff?
The month closed yesterday, they're not all in there.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner, who was it? Commissioner Rubalcaba. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 5.1, discussion and appropriate action to approve profit pay for credit card services for golf course.
Yes, this is to
credit card system that the club profit uses, and so it'll be easier to integrate into the system that we have with the golf course. Because right now, our official is Forte, and that's why we're bringing it to Commissioner's Court, so you all can approve this. It'll be club profit from now on at the golf course only.
So moved.
Wait, you said profit pay.
No, club profit is the name of the company.
I know, but on the agenda it says profit pay.
I didn't put it.
I did.
On the agenda, you put profit pay, and you said it's not
Okay, that's the
profit
name of
pay?
the company, that's the name of the company, the credit card company we use.
Yeah, it says profit.
Right, it says profit pay.
But that's what it says in the email. That's the name of it.
So it's profit pay, not clubhouse.
Club profit is the software.
Yeah, so it's profit pay.
Profit pay.
Is a credit card company that we're going to be using.
Two different.
Motion to.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Odena, all in favor?
Aye.
Any,
I have a question. Do they have a fee? Or what is the percentage?
It'll be the same thing as we have right now.
Yeah.
Okay, it'll be the same.
It's like $1 something per transaction?
Yeah, which is what we pay right now.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. I entertain, 5.2, claim docket, general fund, $1,076,903.46. Dimmit County Golf Course, $21,027.22. Courthouse security, $8,626. Records management clerk, $3,130.77. Utilities, $92,113.76. Rodeo arena, $4,657.76. Stone Garden, $5,383.72. Operation Lone Star Program 2022, $96,788.07. Dimmit County payroll, $585,371.50. Tax on series 2023, $8,593 and $8,539.53. COs 22, $26,141.34 for a grand total of $1,928,657.39.
Motion to approve.
Any questions? If there is no questions, I have a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Yes, Mr. President.
This is back on item 3.27, Judge, if I may. I spoke with Mr. Pereira and Mr. Gonzalez a little bit ago. The concern is now with the vacancy and the fire chief position, that in the event of an emergency, there's nobody in that spot. Now, the bylaws for the fire department may very well address the situation as to chain of command, but until we know that, the recommendation would be to schedule an emergency meeting, which you can do for something like this of the Commissioners Court, and dispense with the 72-hour requirement. Because you don't have on the agenda the appointment of an interim fire chief while you're going out and advertising the position.
So the last time that we spoke, Mr. Franklin, that we brought it to Commissioner's Court, he said that he was willing to hold over the position until we found somebody. Him being the commissioner that's the managing department head to that department, it's still his responsibility, and he can't just transfer it unless it comes through Commissioner's Court. So essentially, he still has to serve as fire chief until we find a replacement. If he's not willing to do the month, then I understand that, and then we can go the process of what you're saying. But that's why there is no appointment at interim, because the last time in Commissioner's Court, he said that he would hold over the position until we
Just
appointed somebody.
till the decision was made, not as a holdover for the next 30 days or.
Until a
From
replacement.
what I believe, once you turn in, regardless of,
Yeah, I'm talking to Judge, I'm not.
regardless of if it's under my department or not, once a resignation is accepted, it's accepted. There's no clause that says there that I will continue to be the holdover.
Right, so I think that's why that's the recommendation is to go ahead and schedule an emergency meeting
Yes.
in case you need it. Like I said, the bylaws may very well address the situation, especially when it comes to fire, or likewise when it comes to like city police. They'll say, here's the chain of command in case something happens. Like if you're responding to a fire and something were to happen, there's a chain of command that would say who it is. But if we don't know that, and you're here right now, to be able to decide and schedule an emergency meeting, that would be the recommendation.
So wouldn't it be the assistant fire chief?
We don't know if you're, until
Do
we
you
look
have
at
the
the
bylaws,
bylaws.
Ms.
I'm
McGinn?
not on the judge, I had emailed them to you previously,
That too,
they might be
yeah.
in your inbox.
What's that?
Well, and once we get a chance to review the bylaws as well, Mr. Gonzalez is saying that there is an opportunity for us to know whether resignations are supposed to be handled outside of Commissioner's Court. Is there someone else within the fire department where resignations are supposed to be tendered? But in the absence of that, default would be Commissioner's Court. So that will be determined once we get a hold of the bylaws as well. But again,
Commissioner, you wouldn't want to just hold over, I'm asking you from a place of sincerity. I'm not asking you, it's not politics. I'm asking you from myself to you. If you don't mind, please, until we can get
I'll do it
for the next meeting, then
for
at the end of the
next 15
month.
days.
Thank you, Commissioner, please, because this is for the safety of our community, and not only our community, but for
And I understand, ma'am, I'm very dedicated to my community, but on that presence,
I appreciate that. If you
I
can
will
just
continue.
hold over till the next Commissioners Court meeting.
We should have had the bylaws on hand before.
Well, that's why Commissioner Talamantes asked for them. She did ask for them.
you can just appoint me as an interim fire chief for the next 15 days. Is that correct?
what
I
was the
can
question,
be just
Commissioner?
appointed as interim fire chief for the next,
You would be a holdover chief.
well, we call it interim.
Yeah, well, I think an interim would have to be somebody that would be appointed unless the bylaws address it differently. You, as the outgoing chief, would technically be a holdover in the position.
I'll do it for the next Commissioner's Court. I won't leave the county unprotected. And not because I owe it to anyone, but I owe it to my constituents.
Thank you, Chief.
Do I need to reopen that, Ms. McGinn?
I recommend it.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. I'm gonna open back up item
3.27.
3.27, to include that Commissioner Alonso Carmona, or he will remain as the holdover chief pending the Commissioners Court meeting at the end of the month, in which we can set the, well, we already approved to allow advertisement, so we can do that, start doing that already, so that we can accept or who we're going to appoint for the next one.
And it's subject to the bylaws. I think you should say that in there in case the bylaws dictate how that's supposed to be
By
posted.
the bylaws, it states that the fire department, fire members,
Doesn't
elect the
themselves.
fire chief.
Right, so subject to the
Yes,
bylaws.
the fire chief is elected by the bylaws.
Right.
And once that's done, it's pretty much ratified by Commissioner's Court.
Who knows, I can come back. No. Not full of bureaucracy.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Uranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
I do
President.
have,
Yes, thank you.
I do have the meeting call the meeting to order. The time is 2:45, and I'm calling the public facilities meeting to order. I have a roll call, 1.2. I have a quorum, all parties are present. 1.3, approval of minutes, regular meeting, January 20, 2026. Any questions?
Subject to any corrections, so moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Noguera,
Second.
second by Commissioner Uranda. All in favor? Any opposition? Motion carries. 2.1, discussion and appropriate action, new business. There is no new business, no action. Financial, 3.1, claim docket, public safety, $11,409.55. Are there any questions? I'll entertain a motion.
Motion.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
Second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. I'll entertain a motion to recess and adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. Second? Second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. This meeting has ended. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
From African, interlocal agreement that was approved back in June. Ms. Elvira made the corrections.
Is it over?
Back to me, so I have that.
Yeah, it's adjourned.